The heavens were unleashed, and a monstrously powerful strike shook the earth. The lightning strike was so strong that the rock split in two. There was a feeling that the gods themselves had descended from the heavens and were now destroying everything around them. Two people clutching their blades were fighting like beasts. The clang of metal could be heard everywhere, their swords clashing together as if in a monstrous dance. One of the opponents was thrown aside and crashed into the ground with great speed. The force of the impact was so tremendous that shards of stone flew in different directions. The battle didn't stop for a second. They were moving at a monstrous speed. The average human eye was unable to keep track of them. Blood spurted in different directions. One of the opponents still managed to strike. The man wheezed in pain. The sky lit up with the brightest flash. The two rivals landed on opposite sides of the ravine. The gray-bearded old man was breathing heavily and holding his hand in advance. He turned to his rival, saying that he was really capable of competing with him for the #1 spot in this world. "It's a pity he's too young." A sneer could be heard in his voice. Jiang Chen, a young boy dressed in a snow-white cloak. He stood with his hand around his sword, which glistened in the sun with its sharp blade. The guy looked at the old man with hatred. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His body couldn't take the strain, and he was about to faint. His hands loosened, and the sword began to fall slowly to the ground. The last thought that flashed through his hazy mind. It was a pity that he would never have the opportunity to learn the art of swordsmanship again. His face darkened. Consciousness slowly began to leave his mind. His legs shook. The guy was about to fall to the ground. But suddenly, a bright flash of pain pierced his body. Inside him, he only had regret that he had missed his chance. He would no longer be able to learn this art with the Azulet sword law. The sword fell to the ground with a resounding clang, still emanating a phantom magic aura. The sword blade stabbed into the ground, and the ground shook with such power. Shards flew in every direction, and even the air became heavier. The old man clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Out of his last strength, he tried to resist his opponent, but his body was already at its limit. The mountain split under the onslaught of incredible power. The earth was shaken by a monstrous impact, and sparks of bright light flew in different directions. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. He had broken through. Suddenly, a lump of dark energy pierced through his senile body. How was that possible? The exhausted body of the protagonist flew down, along with piles of stones from the destroyed rock. The guy couldn't do anything. His body didn't obey him. All he could do was fall down. In a few seconds, he would find himself in the water, and the rushing stream would pick him up. With his last strength, he shifted his gaze to the sky. His eyes were about to close, but he gathered his remaining strength. He saw that the sky had suddenly changed color. It went from blue to dark purple. Something was wrong. The last thing his fading consciousness saw was the sky being shaken by another flash of light. He saw the huge boulder falling after him. A second more, and the huge stone block would crush him. But after a few seconds, the consciousness finally left his body. The guy plunged into the abyss of black nothingness. Was he really dead? That was the only question that bothered him now. His eyes slowly began to open. He heard a pleasant female voice, a girl inviting him to come with her. All he could see was some vague silhouette in front of him. His eyes finally opened wider, and he saw the beautiful face of the girl in front of him. She was smiling and looking at him happily. She said in a warm voice that it was time for dinner. Suddenly he discovered that he was completely naked and lying in a strange place. He looked unhappily at the girl and demanded that she take her huge breasts away from him. "Aren't you ashamed?" The girl looked at the baby with surprise and horror. A woman's frightened scream shook the cozy cottage. The whole village seemed to hear her voice. The boy rose from his seat and looked in surprise at the fleeing woman. She screamed so much that the young master began to talk. Her voice was filled with surprise and fear. "Young master?" The boy was surprised. "What is she talking about?" The boy examined himself carefully. And why is he so petty? Had he become a child? The protagonist shifted his gaze a little below his waist and suddenly saw something he didn't expect. The kid thought about it. The last thing he remembered was a deadly battle with Doug Kubi. They both ended up dead. Back then, the sky had also changed its color. The child opened his eyes wide with surprise. Had the sky changed? Had it really broken through? It was simply unimaginable. And besides, what kind of place is this? The boy looked around. The atmosphere here was kind of strange. Could this be another continent? He tried to climb out of his cradle and amusingly started twitching his legs. Even though he killed the old man, his remains are still there. We should hurry back to the sect. The boy didn't realize yet what amazing metamorphosis had happened to him. A voice came from far away. The person was saying that Xian was only 6 months old. How could he start talking? It was obviously about the protagonist. Suddenly, several people burst into the room. There was an adult bearded man in his 40s. He looked at the girl in surprise and irritation and asked her if she might be hallucinating because of breastfeeding. Behind him stood the same girl and another man, apparently a servant. The protagonist looked at them in surprise and told them to immediately return him to Tianjian Mountain. Apparently, he didn't realize what had happened to him yet. The man suddenly picked him up in his arms and started squeezing him happily, looking right at the protagonist. All the others began to rejoice too. The man shouted that it looked like their family had a child chosen by the heavens. The boy tried his best to get out of the man's embrace, but he could not. What family? Where the hell is he? Let the people from immediately let him go. He needs to come home soon. The man didn't even seem to be listening to him, instead continuing to find the small infant, pressing it against his face. The thick tickles were tickling his nose too, and the baby was about to sneeze. He later learned that this was another world, and the place in which he was reborn was called the Tianyuan continent. Soon he found himself with his new family. He was born into the Changguan family, and was the 4th master. Now, he was in the arms of one of his relatives, who also did not let go of his tight squeeze. The guy didn't understand anything at all. There were many people crowded around him, each of them wanting to hug him for some reason. However, he has retained the memories from his past life, so while he tries to figure out how to go back, he should also start practicing the Azulet sword law again. It's been 3 years since the main character found himself with his new family. The family's holy power test had begun, and he believed that after these 3 years of training, he would be able to amaze everyone with his talent. The boy had dressed in his ceremonial warrior clothes, but it seemed to be too big on him, and now he looked rather ridiculous. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest, and all the members of his family were around him, looking at their young lord with rapt attention and asking him to demonstrate his strength. The boy glanced at them and thought to himself, doesn't he frighten them with his power? He stood in front of some idol, and an old man standing a little distance away told the young gentleman to put his palm on the stone. The boy came still nearer and laid his palm on the hard surface of the idol. The stone glowed, and in the small opening appeared a symbol exuding a warm, bright light. The symbol looked like a whirlpool. The old man looked surprised and stunned at everything that was happening. The protagonist did not understand anything at all. He asked the old man with interest, what was the meaning of all this? The old man's face showed that something not very good had happened, and now he was trying to find the right words. After all, the old man said that it meant that the young master could no longer use the holy power. Well, this news was like a thunderclap. Not only the young master was shocked, but also everyone around him. But the old man went on as if he wasn't embarrassed at all. To put it simply, it meant that the young gentleman was completely talentless. The boy just didn't know what to say. He got goosebumps. It was like that. Everyone standing around him didn't give up hope. They said they would always support the young master no matter what. No wonder, after all, this was his family. No matter what, they would always continue to love him. Another old man looked at the young gentleman with tears in his eyes, hoping that now he would find the new chosen one of his house. But things were not so rosy. The test was completed, and it turned out that the young master could not have holy power. The old man was furious, and everyone around him was shocked to hear this verdict. Couldn't he cultivate holy power? This was simply unthinkable. On the podium stood another man dressed in ceremonial clothes. It was the father of the protagonist. He was watching the whole thing from above, with their family's coat of arms unfurled in the background. He interrogated, did the old man really think that young master couldn't cultivate holy power? There was anger in his voice, and it was obvious that the man was very unhappy about this fact. A young girl in her early 20s looked at the young master fearfully. This was the 4th wife of the family, Bi Yun Tian. The girl with the impressive cleavage watched the whole thing with apparent indifference. She seemed to be in the clouds, not caring at all. She was the family's third wife, named Bai Yu Shuang. The young gentleman looked at the old man with displeasure and asked, "Is he a cripple? That can't be. The stone must have been broken." The boy tried hard not to believe that it really happened. The old man nodded his head and said that in that case, they would do the test again. His eyes lit up with fire. It was a look of discernment. He could use it to find out if a person could possess the holy power. There was silence again, and his father was watching the process, clearly worried. He would hate to realize that his son had been born so untalented. When he had finished the dough, the old man sighed heavily again. Apparently, the result was no longer comforting. The guy scratched the back of his head and asked worriedly, "Well, what's wrong here? They will not make another check?" The old man turned to the head of the household and said that he had carefully checked the body of the young master. But there was no saint power there. He really can't cultivate. The master was furious. He was slowly boiling over. The fourth wife stood beside him and looked forward fearfully. She did not understand how could this be possible. The third wife feignedly took hold of her head and shook it in different directions. She asked, how could a genius who enjoyed unlimited resources in the family be so useless? She was clearly mocking. The woman walked up to her master in his arms and began to speak loudly. She addressed all the people present. Did they hear that? Their master is no longer a genius. Why don't they take down all these shameful posters? It's a disgrace. The servant waved his hands, ordering everyone to remove the posters they had brought to support the young master. Now they had to clean themselves of this shame somehow. At this time, the young master didn't understand anything. All these years he had practiced the sword law every day. How could he not have saint power when he had already made significant progress? The essence here was more dense than in his world, so cultivation should be more fruitful as well. So what was the problem? But then a hunch popped into his head. The first level of the law of the sword is to refine the body, so he combined it with his holy power for quality purification. Maybe that's why they think there is no holy power inside him. Now it seemed to make sense to him. He clapped his little chopsticks. She began to time to prove that he was not a mediocrity. Time. The third wife of the family approached her master and said that since Xian cannot wield the holy power and has become crippled, the future of the family lies with another person. But the man ordered her to stop. He understood everything perfectly well himself. He turned around and frowned as he headed back to his quarters. Today, all the resources allocated to Xiang Tian will be transferred to Kaier, and the money allocated to the fourth wife will be halved. The guy heard all that because he was made to look like a cripple. His attitude changed immediately. That's so mean. The son and father's gaze crossed. The man looked very angry and unhappy with today's procedure. But there was nothing the young lord could do about it. All he had to do was accept the fact that he was now an outcast. The head of the household ordered everyone to disperse. We're done for the day. The third wife approached the fourth wife and, as if mocking her, said that she had raised such a worthless son. It must be very hard for her now. The woman did not feel any pity for her, but only laughed at her. The old man shook his head and told the young master not to blame the head of the family for such a cruel decision. After all, the man was responsible for the whole family. The boy nodded his head and said he understood. The boy thought about it and tried to stifle the resentment in him. He realized that the head of the family had his reasons, and he had his own now. Maybe it was even better this way. Everyone had already slowly begun to disperse, and only the fourth wife remained, still standing in her seat looking at her son. The guy walked up to her. The woman was clearly upset. They both had downcast looks. Everyone realized that things were not going to change for the better after this incident. The boy continued to look down. He almost cried and quietly told his mother that he had failed her. And now he was very ashamed. The woman looked at him still with the same motherly gaze that had an incredible amount of warmth in it. So, what if he can't cultivate? There was nothing wrong with that. So his son must have other talents in other fields. When the time comes, he'll show everyone what he's worth. The woman smiled and tried to encourage her son. She clenched her hand into a fist and ordered him not to get upset. His mama was always there for him, and she wouldn't let anyone hurt her son. The woman put her arm around him, and now he felt completely safe. She was the one person who loved him unconditionally no matter what. The woman came to see him and told him that I was the best son she had ever had. The boy broke out of her embrace and told his mom not to worry. Now he had made up his mind. The woman looked at her little son in surprise. There was an incredible amount of confidence in the boy's eyes. He said no way would he disappoint his mom a second time. Even if it's for his mom's sake, he will shut up anyone who goes against him. The woman smiled warmly at him once more. Of course, his mom would always have faith in him. The boy frowned and clenched his fist. In that moment, he had decided everything. He would use his knowledge and power to change the minds of these snobs. The boy sneaked into the library of Changguan House at night when everyone was asleep, and began to absorb the knowledge written in the ancient scriptures. A large ball that was meant to collect energy. The boy had turned 7 years old, and now he sat in the library, and one by one studied books to absorb as much energy cultivation knowledge as possible. The boy slammed the book shut and sighed heavily. This was the last book. He had read over 1,000 books in this library. His head was aching from the overabundance of knowledge. He got to his feet. Well, he could try combining the techniques from the library with the laws of the ball and see how strong he would be now. Magical energy began to swirl around him, completely engulfing his body. He concentrated all his strength in his hand to demonstrate how strong a punch he now possessed. Swinging, the boy prepared to strike. The vortex began to swirl around, and there was a bright flash of magical light. The place where the boy had struck had a mark from his little palm, with cracks spreading out in different directions. The boy clenched his fist. He was definitely happy with the result. 3 years ago, he had merged his body with holy power, and he no longer needed to expend it on his tempering. His cultivation was now progressing very quickly. Everyone around him was asleep, and only the boy continued to train, strengthening his skills each time. No one saw him, so he could concentrate completely on his training and cultivation. He peered cautiously out from behind the door jamb. It was almost dawn. Gotta get back to his mother. She can't know he's practicing in secret. He had to be as careful as possible not to arouse suspicion. He went back to his mother's room. It was empty. The room was in semi-darkness. The woman was standing at the table doing something. The boy sat down beside her. In a small, neat plate, slices of cucumber were arranged in 2 lines. The woman reached over and carefully took one of them. She said, "The boy needs something to remember." Her voice sounded tinkly and cheerful. A woman stuck some cucumbers on her face. From the side, she looked funny. The boy even almost laughed. The woman spoke in a warm, motherly voice. She said that no matter how dire the circumstances, and her son should be a man of high standards. She began to mold cucumbers on his face. The boy looked at her so pitifully that even the hardest heart could melt. He apologized to his mother and said that if he hadn't been crippled, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much. The woman smiled and told the boy not to talk nonsense. Just let him listen to her carefully. The woman smiled and began massaging her cheeks. The boy followed her example. Even though it's primitive food, it's still good for your health. Cucumbers are great for removing fat. 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't that right? The girl thought for a moment and said that she had heard that the 3rd sister, who had recently bought expensive skincare products, had a problem and her face was completely swollen. The boy listened attentively to his mom and opened his eyes wide with surprise. He laughed. She had done enough to annoy the boy, and now she was annoying him. The woman caught up and remembered something. She handed the boy a small book. This book to read for today and the assignment he must complete. The boy sighed heavily. He hoped his mom wouldn't remember. The boy took the leaf, unfolded it, and began to read unhappily. He asked the woman if he could just read the book. Writing all these assignments is quite difficult. He tried to press pity. He thought to himself that he could memorize it all completely just by reading. But he absolutely didn't need homework. The woman patted her cheeks. She looked at him sadly and said that since he couldn't cultivate holy power, he only had to rely on knowledge to pursue a bright future. She is doing this for his own good. The boy sighed unhappily and sat down to read the hated assignment. Maybe he should tell her that he could actually use the holy power. The woman looked at him with a serious look and said that if he could cultivate, his mom would ask him twice as much. The boy was horrified at this. He imagined the woman turning into a real demon and starting to just terrorize him with her tasks. Suddenly, in his imagination, the girl grew horns, and she said that since he could cultivate, he would do twice as many tasks. He decided to go for it after all. It was the best option. The boy quickly got up and said that he would go to the library to read. The woman smiled back at him affectionately and let him not forget his homework. She would check it that night. The boy nodded. He walked briskly to the library, but there were no books left for him to read, and he didn't feel like doing his homework. Where could he spend his time? Suddenly his nose caught a wonderful aroma. The smell instantly made him drool. Suddenly his nose caught a wonderful aroma. The smell instantly made him drool. The boy quickly ran towards home. He really wanted to try this delicious pie. It lay neatly on a small plate laid out in a row. From here, the cake looked even more appetizing. Next to the treat was a beautiful lotus flower. There was an incredible aroma coming from the pie. The boy already reached out his hand to take the treat. But suddenly he heard someone's stern voice. The young master is stealing food from the kitchen. What a disgrace. No sooner had he reached his hand for the coveted pie than the plate seemed to run away from him. Someone picked it up and quickly moved it away from the boy. The boy asked the servant if he was not afraid, being an ordinary servant, to behave like that with a young master. Chuer made a grimace. This boy was clearly provoking him, but the man needed to not give in to his provocation. The man said he was the third mistress's servant. The mistress can't tell him what to do, what to speak of her son. The boy looked at him unsatisfied and demanded that he give him the pie immediately. The servant leaned over to him and said he remembered that the fourth mistress liked carrot cakes. Isn't that right? Young master is so thoughtful, isn't he? The man was obviously being sly. The boy held out his hand to him and again firmly demanded that he give him the pie at once. The servant repeated his words, eager to mock the boy, and his face stretched in a satisfied grin from ear to ear. His eyes became even more sly. The boy thought about the servants discussing him behind his back. What a pity that because of this lowlife, the fourth mistress can't even eat ordinary carrot cake. Another servant said that he only stayed here because of the kindness of the head. Otherwise, he would have been thrown out long ago. The boy listened to all this without saying a word. He was just demanding the pie. The boy's eyes turned fierce, hatred glittering in them. For a moment, you would have thought he was not a little boy but a grown man. The servant deliberately jerked his hand, and the little plate of carrot cake flew out of his hands. He laughed and purposely pitifully said that his hand had just slipped. After flying a few meters to the ground, the plate shattered with a ringing sound, and pieces of cake scattered on the floor. The boy came in a rage, suddenly, unexpectedly to himself. He concentrated magical energy in himself and swung to strike the dastardly servant. Jumping up, he slammed his fist right into his jaw. Services even clanked his teeth and he fell backwards. The blow was really hard. The man certainly hadn't expected that. All the other servants stood and stared at this one in horror. The man almost fainted from such a strong blow. The boy just looked down at him. In a serious voice, he said that because of the third aunt's support, they had been letting themselves go too much for the past 2 years. His voice made himself even more serious, and his face took on an angry note. Now it was time to put them in their place. The boy looked rather belligerent. Another servant didn't have time to do anything before he was hit in the face by a powerful blow from his fist. The blow was even more powerful than the previous ones, and there was a crunch of bones. The boy must have broken his nose. Such a blow, the servant flew off in the opposite direction. He seemed to be spitting out a few teeth now. It flew a few meters, smashing into the wall. The impact was unbelievable. A 7-year-old boy couldn't possibly have that kind of awesome strength. A man with half a day gone and couldn't move from exhaustion. Suddenly, something rang upstairs. Several plates that were on the shelf rolled and fell directly on the man's head, and there was a loud sound of shattering china. They looked on fearfully and did not dare to do anything. They began to be afraid of the young master. Could he really have such power? At this time, the boy just stood there and looked down at the defeated servant who couldn't move a finger. Then he turned his angry gaze toward the others and began to speak. He said that for those 2 years they had been demanding money from his mother, while giving him food made from substandard ingredients. Did they really think the boy wouldn't find out about it? The servants understood, but they did not dare to say a word. They only looked down at the ground with a blank stare. The boy came closer to them and in an even more serious and belligerent tone said, "If it happens again, they won't get off that easy." He asked, "Did they understand it well?" The servants nodded fearfully and confirmed that they understood. The boy quickly turned away from them and ran toward the exit. The others just watched him in astonishment, unable to say a word. Was it really that young master? He knocked out Chu Er, a servant who was already a level 3 Saint Force with a single blow. Life continued outside. The birds sang their beautiful songs. The sun shone brightly, illuminating all the surrounding space with its warmth. The main character put his hands behind his head and walked briskly down the street. He was completely satisfied with his prank. Now he felt much better. Apparently, teaching him the mind of villains was good for his health. He should do it more often. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound as if someone was fighting. The boy looked in that direction. A few meters away from him stood a boy who was swinging his wooden axe and was apparently practicing hard. It was the third lord of the manor, Chang Guanje. He shouting battle cries, swinging his club. Now he was completely immersed in the battle. Nothing existed for him but his weapon. One more swing and he shouted that he was using a crushing blow. He spun around like a whirlwind, swinging his axe in different directions. The boy kept spinning around and screaming furiously. He looked like some kind of berserker now. But soon his strength ran out, and he stood breathing heavily, trying to regain his senses. The protagonist watched it all with annoyance. That fat son of a bitch is here again. Does he really call this practice? From a distance, it looked like a simple dalliance. The boy turned away from him and decided to go another way, as it was simply disgusting to watch. But suddenly the boy noticed him. He didn't even hesitate to ask himself, is this the same little jerk? In his head, another dastardly plan was born. That was a terrible kid. Now would be the best chance for him to mess with his poor little brother. He quickly ran up to the boy and shouted to come to him. He will give him candy. The protagonist turned to him and asked irritably, what kind of candy? Does he think he's 7 years old? But he was, actually. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked, isn't that right? It was true, his current age was really 7 years old. But that didn't add to his confidence. He was about to go about his business when his half-brother grabbed him by the sleeve and asked him to practice with him. It wasn't a request, it was an order. He had no choice anyway. The brother told the protagonist not to worry. He would be gentle. The boy thought that these people were always bullying him and his mother. Why shouldn't he now pay them back in the same coin? That's right. He's going to take his chance, and now he's going to teach that fatso a lesson for all he's done. A sly smile stretched across his face, and the boy told his brother to be gentle with him, for he was still young. The boy was definitely up to something, and the third brother definitely saw it. He looked at the protagonist in disgust and wondered, is this kid really up to something? He seemed a little strange today, but he immediately pushed those thoughts away. After all, what was he afraid of? He's trash who couldn't cultivate, and the third brother already has a 4th level of strength. The protagonist asked in surprise, where will they spar? Fatty told him to follow him. Soon they came to the armory. There were many swords, spears, bows, and arrows. There were weapons for every taste. Fatty pointed his finger at the gun rack and said that the brother could choose any weapon he wanted. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist just broke off a small branch from a nearby tree. Is that really all the weapon he's going to fight with? The boy looked at his brother and said it wasn't worth it. He's going to fight using that branch. He seems overconfident. Fatty looked at the boy in surprise and joy. With this branch? Is this brat completely retarded? He looks like he's very anxious to get to the other side of the world. The boy waved the branch in different directions as if he had to. Fatty shouted at him to be careful, for he was about to attack. The protagonist swung the branch and prepared to defend himself. He was completely calm. At this time, the fat man swung his axe and shouted, "Here I am," was approaching the boy and was ready to leave him nothing but a wet spot. But the protagonist deftly dodged the blow, and the axe passed a few centimeters from his face. Fatty did not calculate his strength, and now the axe struck straight into the ground. The boy swung his branch and concentrated all his strength into it. Fatty watched in horror. He certainly hadn't expected this. How can this little guy cultivate? The boy put a small branch up to his face. His speed was just some kind of astonishing. Fatty didn't even have time to react in any way, but only watched. The branch passed only a few centimeters from his neck. The air whistled, and the fat guy even felt it physically. A grimace of horror flashed across his face. The main character just looked at the third brother in a cocky way and smiled. In a loud, ringing voice, he said that the third brother had lost. But how is that possible? It's just nonsense. The third brother was furious. He pulled back the branch and shouted that this round didn't count. After all, his opponent had cheated. He couldn't have lost. The main character smiled and looked at his opponent. He had a mischievous smile on his face. He didn't understand what the third brother meant by cheating. Fatty's face changed. He was breathing heavily and didn't know what to say. Inside, he knew he was defeated, but he didn't want to admit it with all his might. Still, he pulled himself together and shouted that this round didn't count anyway. Now they'll fight a new round! The protagonist just looked at it all and smiled, waving his twig. Smiling, he said he would have no problem doing it again. Well, now they would start over. The fatty stood behind him and just burned with hatred. This kid caught him by surprise. He underestimated him too much. If he fought seriously, this brat wouldn't stand a chance. At this time, the guy just stood there and smiled, looking at the third brother being rampaged. There's no way that bastard could have defeated him so easily. The third brother was furious. He was used to being considered invincible. Fatty squinted his eyes and looked at the branch the protagonist was holding. Maybe it was the branch. He smiled and asked the protagonist to show him this branch. The boy reluctantly threw the branch into his hands. It's an ordinary stick, there's nothing unusual about it. His eyes were tired. Once the branch was in the third brother's hands, he smiled widely. Now he had gotten his hands on this secret weapon. He threw the branch up and swung his axe. The boy looked at it and flapped his eyes in surprise. The protagonist realized that this scoundrel decided to go for the tricks. Well, this game can be played with two people. The excitement of war in his eyes. He squinted his eyes and focused his full attention on the battle. He couldn't lose. His honor was at stake. That fat bastard must pay for everything. Suddenly, a strange feeling crossed his mind. He had seen it somewhere before, right? When he was fighting the old man. The boy concentrated and began to accumulate divine power in his body. His body was covered with this energy, and now he would use the divine sword. At this time, not even suspecting anything, he was already celebrating victory, because now he will swat this little brat. But at that moment, the wand he tossed began to move under the control of the protagonist. Fatty swung his axe and prepared to deliver a devastating blow. He would become the next head of the family, and now Xiang Tian will die. But the boy paid no attention to this, and only continued to concentrate the magical energy in his hand to better control the wand. He did it perfectly, the wand flying straight at his opponent like a blade. The speed was insane. Fatty had already gotten close enough to strike, but suddenly something happened that he didn't expect. The fat man fell on his side and soon fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't see that one coming. The boy was just standing there, watching his defeated enemy lying on the floor, trying to bring himself to his senses. The fat man was holding his cheek, and he didn't understand anything. Next to him, a stick stabbed into the ground with great speed. He looked at his hand and saw that it was bleeding. His cheek had been cut open, and a small trickle of red liquid was dripping from it. The boy looked at his wound in horror. He screamed, "How dare that little brat hit him? He's going to tell his mom." The protagonist crunched his fingers and said in a gravely voice that if Fatty called him that again, he would kill him. Now he looked as threatening as possible, and the third brother looked at him in horror. Soon he couldn't stand it after all, and fearfully ran to his mom to complain. He was very much frightened of his half-brother. How could he do this to him? The guy just stood behind him and silently watched the fatty crying. Looks like he overreacted this time. But still, it didn't matter. The worst they could do to him was punish him, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The boy turned around and walked in the opposite direction. He hoped that after this incident they wouldn't drag his mom into it. At that time, someone approached him from behind. An unknown figure came closer and in one motion pulled a wand out of the ground. Who it was completely unclear, but the boy sensed someone was watching him. The winds of change had already come to this house, and he had to adapt, because this was not going to go away. There was a serious conversation waiting for him at home. As it happened, concerned cries were heard in the chapter house. Fatty stood near his mother and cried. His cheek was bandaged with a bandage. The woman didn't know where to put her anger. Her face was either swollen from the side effects of the skincare products, or she'd just eaten so much she'd gotten fat. The head stood there watching all of this in silence. His face frowned with anger. He wasn't going to let this go. The very servant whom the boy had struck in the face a short time ago was also there. He was also bandaged and shouting that the young master was absolutely out of control. He had hit him for no reason whatsoever. The head should have punished him immediately. The man said in a formidable voice that the boy was incapable of cultivating holy power. How could he harm Chu Eru and K Eru? The head didn't understand anything. His third wife moved even closer to him, and with swollen lips began to shout that the fourth sister was always spoiling that boy. She had probably ordered him to use something to harm her son. After all, he is the future head of the family, and a man must restore justice. The head looked at her and didn't say anything. The man thought his family is known for their kindness and generosity. If this kid really is the one who did this, he will be punished severely. The man frowned even harder. The servant didn't relent and kept shouting. The head of the family ordered Xian Tian to be summoned with a formidable voice. If all this was true, he would be punished to the full extent of the law. The third wife frowned, a predatory look on her face. Now you'll be kicked out of the house for good. In the meantime, life went on. It flowed on in a measured and relaxed way. The weather was beautiful outside, and it was impossible to tell at a glance that something terrible had just happened. The man ended the conversation. Turning around, he said lastly that he would take care of them to appear before them. The wife continued to cry. She begged the Lord to get justice for their sake. Suddenly from outside came the affectionate voice of the fourth wife. She said it was not necessary to look for her son. She was trying to protect him. The woman looked at him with a serious look and told the gentleman that her son had nothing to do with what happened today. It was all her fault. The woman's voice was upset and embarrassed. The man looked at her in surprise. He asked, "So it turns out she was the one who hurt those two?" The woman lowered her eyes and quietly began to speak. She said that she was worried that her son would be bullied because of his inability to cultivate. Therefore, she mystery followed him to protect him. She approached the gentleman and began to whisper in his ear. She said that she had seen these two men bullying her son today. She got angry and decided to teach him a lesson. All the while, she was pointing her finger at the servant, the third wife and her son. 226. The third wife was horrified. Her son was a good boy and the servant was very responsible and honest. Would they abuse the boy? Care the servant also started shouting that he was innocent. The third wife's cheeks were now completely swollen and she now looked like a big hamster. Obviously, the fourth sister was feeding to take the full brunt of the blow to protect this boy. The woman didn't stop. The protagonist's mother tried her best to protect her child. She said that after all, everyone knows that her son is incapable of cultivating. How do they think he is capable of harming these people? The woman immediately thought about it and stopped shouting. It was true. There was logic in what she said. Now she was coming in. Now she looked as pathetic as possible. The makeup on her face had faded, and her cheeks were even more swollen. Yun Tian kneeled down in front of her master and said that Pineapple did it all, and her son had nothing to do with it. If anyone should be punished, it was only her. The man was in a stupor and couldn't say a word. Suddenly his face softened. He said that since she had confessed everything, her punishment would be meditative seclusion for a month. The third wife was furious. It was such a light punishment. She couldn't stand it. Yun Tian lowered her head and accordingly nodded. She couldn't cross her master, so she would patiently bear the punishment. The third wife did not relent. She screamed that her son was almost dead in. How could he let this woman go so easily? She took hold of her son's head and he screamed that he was going to die. Kept screaming, "The fate of the family is at stake. Why don't you send that nasty woman away?" The woman thought. The fate of the family, right? A sphere of magic appeared in her hands, the woman asked. So if she cured Kier, she would be forgiven. Her eyes gave away that she was definitely up to something. A sarcastic smile appeared on her face. The third wife cried out that it would not happen. If she pretends like she's going to cure him but actually hurts him, that's dangerous. Yun Tian looked at all of this with obvious irritation. The head of the family had no more patience to watch this. He only sighed heavily. The women continued to quarrel. The fourth wife shouted that she was obviously just trying to get rid of them. As soon as the woman heard this, she screamed that this was just nonsense. This can't be happening. They're the ones who are injured here. The protagonist's mother shouted that the woman's son looked more like a fat pig. Why not give him to her to eat? The woman replied that her son was the opposite of a pig. It was going to be a big scandal. The argument between them continued and grew more intense with each passing second. The man had no more strength to listen to it and turned around and went to his bedchamber. Let these women quarrel among themselves. He had better things to do. The courtyard garden was peaceful. Somewhere fish were splashing in a pond. Somewhere birds were chirping in the crowns of trees. It was so peaceful that one could fall asleep. The protagonist was just sitting there thinking. It had been quite some time. Why hadn't anyone come after him? Did the third wife, along with her son, not complain? The thoughts were just tearing his little head apart. Already he was tired of waiting, and besides, his mom had disappeared somewhere. Suddenly a strange sound was heard from afar, as if the wind was approaching him from behind with great speed. The boy noticed it all in time. He literally felt with his back that something was approaching him. Suddenly, just a few centimeters away from his body, a knife stabbed him. He didn't expect it, and dodged it at the last moment. It was some man. The boy had not seen him before. The man was Father, a strange shape, and on his face he had a mask completely hiding his appearance. In his hands was another dagger. The man shouted at the boy, "How dare he hurt the third young master? He's going to die now." The kid, now he understood everything. He shouted to the man, "Did Bai Yushan send him?" The man answered affirmatively. "Right, that's the way it is. She had put up with them for too long." The man grabbed his blade and prepared to kill the poor boy. He jumped and brought his blade right over the boy. The protagonist was armed only with a wand, and now he was in mortal danger, for this man would kill him. The guy jumped aside and the stranger missed with his punch. Is this man really going to kill him? The situation was getting hotter by the second. The man put his hand forward and, concentrating energy in it, prepared to use his spell. A bright red magical color spilled out all around. Only a fraction of a second passed, and a column of bright flame flew a few centimeters from the protagonist's face. He even felt its heat with his body. But the boy wasn't afraid. This person is only at the 4th level of Saint Power. Therefore, he could easily deal with him. There was nothing to be afraid of. The boy swung around, concentrating all of his spiritual power with great force, and threw the branch at him. It accelerated so much that it turned into a beam of radiant energy. The stranger grinned. He didn't believe any twig could hurt him. The man just stood there doing nothing. Who says a branch can't do any harm? The boy's face stretched into a smile. From afar, he looked like some kind of demon. The guy concentrated an incredible amount of magical energy in his body and transferred it into this small wand. The branch flew upward, and after reaching a certain height, it flew downward at an incredible speed. An incredible vortex began to swirl around the two of them. The man lifted his head up and stared in surprise at the wand that was flying straight at his head. He wouldn't have had time to dodge, so he just had to watch the projectile fly straight at him. The stranger's eyes widened, and he had already literally accepted his death. It was simply impossible to dodge. The air whistled and fear flashed in the man's eyes. A split second later, the wand flew past him, slicing his mask into 2 halves. The man barely had enough strength to keep from falling. When the mask split open, the face of the head of the family appeared. He just stood there, breathing heavily, unable to say a word. The man was stunned. He even thought for a second that he was going to die. The main character was shocked. Was it really his father? The boy waved his hands. Now he would have a lot of explaining to do. He was scared and didn't know what to say. The man's face frowned even more, and he bared his teeth. It was obvious that he was incredibly angry. Right now, the protagonist would be better off running away. But suddenly everything changed. A blissful smile appeared on the man's face, and his eyes filled with tears of joy. Could his son really be able to use the holy power after all? The man didn't know what to say. In his heart, he was only incredibly happy. After everything he saw, the man instantly stopped being angry at his son. The tension in the air instantly subsided. Cheka nodded his head and replied that his father had gotten it right. He could use holy power from the start. Now he had nothing to fear and could confess everything. He said that he was the one who had wounded the third brother and the servant. Let his father punish him as much as he liked, but let him do one thing: keep his mother out of it. The father was stunned and still could not believe it. He took his son by the shoulders and asked him why he hadn't told him about it right away. If he had known, both he and his mother would have... The man didn't know what to say. But the boy took his hand away and asked irritably, and why did he have to tell him about it? The man was shocked. What was it with his child? But the protagonist didn't share his father's joy. At first, everyone cherished him, thinking he was a genius. All possible resources were directed towards him, as well as his father's love. But suddenly everything changed since father found out that he was crippled. that he was unable to use the holy power. Immediately, Father left them to their fate. The boy's face changed in an instant, and now he looked more like a grown man than a small child. His voice changed and became rougher. The boy asked his father, "So who was he to him? Or a tool?" The father began to stammer and didn't know what to say. It was the first time he had ever seen his child like this. His voice trembled with fear. He pulled himself together and began to speak. He said that he was going through a difficult time. He had to take care of his family's future first. The boy didn't stop screaming. He frowned and asked, "What about their personal problems? Did he ever wonder what they had gone through in the last 2 years while the third wife abused them? Did he ever try to stop her? Or are they no longer family to him?" The main character was just furious, and his father just looked at him with an incomprehensible look. The boy continued to scream. At a time when he was considered a cripple, he wouldn't even blink an eye if the boy died. The head of the family was ready to cry now. He asked his son how he could say such things. He would never be so callous to him or his mother. The boy frowned and continued to speak in a serious tone. He said that he honestly didn't care about anything that happened to him personally, but he couldn't forgive him for what his mother had experienced. The man tried his best to smooth things over. He spread his arms and said that there must have been a misunderstanding. Even though he is the head, he can't protect all the members. The boy turned his back on him. That's the way it is. He's the head of the family, should be thinking of everyone. But he only cares about his own mother. The man was shocked and didn't know what to say. The boy said in a rough voice that his father could punish him as he pleased. In any case, family ties no longer meant anything to him. The man wanted to say something else, but his son wasn't listening. He just walked backwards. A sadness settled in the man's heart. He realized that he had made an unbelievable mistake, and now he had to try very hard to make it right. Suddenly, the gentleman heard someone's elderly voice addressing him from outside. The old man said that the gentleman should just admit his mistake and apologize. It's not that hard. It was Uncle Day. The man turned around to him fearfully and asked, "Did he see everything?" He felt incredibly ashamed at this moment, not only in front of himself, but also in front of his uncle. The garden continued to have an atmosphere of tranquility. A small morning mist was flowing over the small indoor pond. The master, along with his uncle, were walking down the corridor and talking. The old man said that Xiang Tian not only wounded the third son with an ordinary branch, but also almost reached the Lord himself. The young master is very gifted. The man replied that he had lowered his Saint Force level to 4th so that the boy could fight him back. The initial test showed that he couldn't cultivate holy power. So what had happened? The old man replied that at that moment, he too felt that something was wrong. Even before the test, it was obvious that young master was the chosen one. So why did the stone show that he was unable to cultivate? That remained a mystery to them. He didn't believe it, and had been observing the master for the past 2 years. He secretly came to the library to cultivate holy power. That's when the old man found out everything. The man wondered, since his uncle knew everything perfectly well, why didn't he tell him? So many things had passed his ears. The old man continued to speak in a measured manner. He said that he had been watching not only the young master, but also the head of the family himself. The man wondered, was he being watched too? The old man looked at him with a reproachful look and said that the head had been too blind all this time. The old man is going to take this boy to a place where he can be raised properly. The man was horrified. After all, his family had always been known for their good attitude. Besides, they were great to Uncle himself. How could he say such a thing? How could he do such a thing? But the old man remained completely calm. He replied that he was only a guest in the family. Since they could not look after their own son, how could an outsider be blamed? The head of the family did not know what to say to this. Uncle was right. He lowered his head and still said it was his fault. He had failed to do his duty as a father, and because of that, his son hated him now. The old man replied affectionately that it was not too late to make things right. The young gentleman has a fair character. If the head is honest with him, it is he who will open his heart. This is the whole point of fatherhood. The man was finally struck with an understanding of the situation. He smiled and promised his uncle that he would do so from now on. The family residence looked majestic from afar. The enormous pagoda rose to the very heavens, astonishing in its scale. Inside, in the main hall, sat the third and fourth wives. The third wife was tending to her wounded son, who occasionally whimpered. She turned to her rival and angrily said that the head had gone to deal with her offspring. This time, they would be the end of them. Yun Tian looked at her with an angry look and said that this pig had too much hubris in her. She could take her son to her mother's house at any time, and there, she would already be powerless. How dare she show her face in public like that? The third wife almost choked on those words. Everything will be back to normal in a couple of days, so she'd better take care of herself. Suddenly the doors opened and the silhouette of the head of the house appeared in the passage. The man led his son in and said in a menacing voice that he had just found out that the boy was indeed the one who had injured the victims. As soon as the third wife heard this, she began to wail that the Lord was obliged to punish this boy severely. The mother of the protagonist was frightened, and it was as if something turned cold inside her. At this time, the boy just showed his tongue to the third wife. The head continued to speak calmly. He said that Keier and Chuer should have stopped bullying others. It was simply unforgivable. Therefore, he considers the matter resolved. The case is closed. The head ordered his son to apologize, and the boy, picking his nose quietly, whispered an apology. But it didn't even sound like an apology, more like a mockery. The third wife was just furious. Are they just going to forget about it like that? The mother of the protagonist looked at her son with surprise. The woman continued to rage. Her son is the future of the family. How can they do this? But the master ordered everyone to be silent. Chuer was secretly making life difficult for Yun Tian and her son, which is already a big violation of the family rules, so he has already banished him from the house. The man ordered everyone listen carefully. From now on, if anyone dares to disrespect Yun Tian and her son, they will be severely punished. The boy listened to all of this with his arms folded across his chest, a triumphant smile on his face. The third wife was just furious. She wanted to say something, but she just cried. The mother of the protagonist glowed with happiness. She couldn't say a word out of surprise. The father and son looked at each other, and the man asked him if everything was fair now. The boy nodded his head in agreement. The boy went up to his mother and asked, "Didn't they really do anything to her?" The woman could not hide her surprise. She asked, "Did his father really not punish the boy?" The man replied that they were just talking to each other like man to man. For these words, he received a light slap. The woman said that in their time, children always try to talk like adults. The boy looked angrily at his blood enemies now. The head of the family asked the woman to heal the wounds of his third wife and her son. The woman smiled and said there was no problem, as long as her son remained intact. The third wife was about to object, but stopped short. The man interrupted her and ordered her to be quiet. All the woman could do was puff up her puffy cheeks. Yun Tian once again used the healing magic. A huge green-blue colored sphere appeared in her hand, and she presented it to the third wife's face. The boy watched his mother's movements in wonder. In her hands flowed the special energy of heaven and earth. Is this what they call the radiant power of the saints? A few minutes later, the woman finished her treatment. All the wounds healed like magic. The third wife and her son began to feel their faces. They were as good as new. Yun Tian proudly looked forward. She was satisfied with her work. It was all done. The head of the household, along with his son, looked at her with surprise and admiration. The man recognized that his wife was simply gorgeous. The boy thought that if he understood how to use this energy, his training would be twice as effective. But suddenly, his father's heavy hand was on his shoulder. In a stern voice, the man said that although he had closed the case, the guy was still guilty and should be punished. His mother looked at her son with surprise and horror. The boy wondered, what is this? This is not at all what they had agreed on. The woman was horrified. So he should be punished anyway? The third wife was rejoicing at this moment. She was incredibly happy that these two would be punished after all. The man furrowed his eyebrows and said that the boy had been training in secret and not doing it properly. So starting tomorrow, his punishment would be to follow Uncle D to the secret training room. There he will stay until he reaches the 8th level of Saint Power. Everyone was horrified. Is this punishment? The third wife's son cried out that he too wanted to be punished. Is this fair? The protagonist thought to himself, well, training with his uncle as a guide didn't sound so bad. But that wasn't all. The man still had something else he wanted to pass on to him. The boy looked at him with surprise. The man handed him a small envelope. He told him to open the letter when he went to the 8th level. By now, his future could change drastically. The father's face was troubled. He was looking at his son with a kind of love not like before. The boy wondered, did this letter concern his future? It remained completely incomprehensible to him. But nevertheless, he had to follow his father's instruction. All since then, it's been 7 years of hard training. The uncle, along with the head of the family, were sitting in his room drinking tea and talking peacefully. The head asked, "So how's the training going? Has he been able to break through to the 8th level of strength yet?" The old man replied, "For the past few years, the young master has been progressing much slower than before. At the moment, he is currently at the 7th level." The old man thought for a moment, said with pride that this boy could be called a genius for his 14 years. But still something appeared to him. The old man sipped some tea from his cup and said that it seemed to him that the young master didn't want to put his full effort into cultivation. The head of the household frowned and asked, how did he realize that? Did he have any proof of it? The old man thought for a moment and said that it wasn't that simple. He had a feeling that the young master, if he wished, could go to the 8th level of holy power at any time. The head of the household became serious. If the boy didn't advance to the 8th level of Saint Power by the end of the year. He looked at the letter lying on the table. He would have to wait another year after all. The diligent training continued every day. The guy was improving his knowledge all the while. But still he tried not to overwork himself. The fourth lady was lying on her chaise longue covered with rejuvenating cucumbers and sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a servant approached her and brought her a tray of seasonal fruits and snacks. The head ordered that they be given to the woman and the young master. The woman waved her hand and said that her son was practicing cultivation right now. Have the servant leave the fruit here and she would deliver it herself. The servant nodded his head and left. The woman leaned back in her chair and sighed contentedly. She was incredibly happy that her life was getting better. Her attitude was getting better and better every year. The woman couldn't stop rejoicing. At this time, the young master was diligently practicing in his room. He worked tirelessly, putting his training to the best of his ability. Now he was 14 years old. He looked much older already, grown, strong, and mature. He sat and meditated diligently with his sword in his hand. For better concentration, he even closed his eyes, completely immersing his body and mind in spiritual energy. Several people dressed in the uniform of assassins attacked the temple. The monks tried their best to repel the attack, but their strength was not enough. Without the protagonist, there was nothing they could do. The enemy outnumbered them. The assassins were dressed in black clothes and had curved blades in their hands. They attacked more and more often. Each time, their numbers grew. It seemed that the next time, the monks wouldn't be able to hold back another attack. But they were sure that their brother would definitely avenge them. But even without him, they couldn't lose to the cultists. The assassin shouted that it's all useless, I'm their brother long dead. And now there's nothing they can do. The assassins jumped high into the air, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Now they would definitely kill them all, leaving no one alive. But still, the monks tried their best to defend themselves. They stood back to back and put their blades forward, me trying to fend off another attack. Even though they were outnumbered, they weren't going to give up. The boy was sitting in his room, meditating hard. His face was contorted in a grimace. Apparently, he was having a nightmare. The boy woke up and slammed his fist into the floor with all his might. The impact was so powerful that the whole building shook. At that moment, he couldn't control himself. He was breathing heavily, his eyes open with terror. But it was only a dream. But what a realistic one. He could still taste that blood and his heart beat with redoubled frequency. It was only a dream. The boy was sitting on the floor, holding tightly to the hilt of his sword stuck in the ground. The protagonist looked at his reflection in the shining sword blade. From it, a young boy's face looked back at him. He was too relaxed. Over the past few years, he seemed to have even lost his strength. The boy realized that he had never experienced the feeling of home in his past life, and now he was having a hard time letting them go. He wasn't trying to get stronger, and instead was just starting to get used to the idle life at the manor. He gripped his sword tightly in his hand. But still, the protagonist is not the man he is now, and the people in the cult are still waiting for him to come back. He can't just give up. Needed to keep going to get stronger and keep finding his way back. He got to his feet. his body once again covered in magical energy. This is something he must never forget. The boy swung his sword and immediately a vortex of energy appeared and began to envelop his body. He looked at the engraved inscription, "Always remember who you are and where you come from." Now he had the 8th level of Saint Power. He had become powerful enough to open that very letter. The boy quickly went to his mentors to break the news. The head of the family was shocked. The boy had actually advanced to the 8th level begging sign. Uncle was incredibly happy about this news. The master hadn't let them down after all. The boy stood before them with his hands folded in front of him. In a calm voice, he asked if he could now open this letter. He wanted to know what it had to do with his future. The father nodded his head and replied that of course he could do so. And now the time had come. He carefully unfolded the envelope and a piece of paper with an inscription slipped out. It said the boy had been accepted. "What is this? A letter of acceptance?" Father began to explain. "This is a letter about his enrollment in the most famous academy of the Gaisun Kingdom, the Kargat Academy. It trained countless top-notch, strongest martial artists, and only those who reached the 8th level of Saint Force before the age of 18 would be able to attend it." The father patted his son on the shoulder and said, "His son is very talented, and is the perfect choice to enter the academy. The future of the family rests on his shoulders." The uncle looked at all this from afar and said that the entrance exams will start in 3 days. "The young gentleman will definitely pass in time." Suddenly, from where you came, a huge eagle flew in and sat down next to the people. His father explained that it was a spatial belt he had prepared especially for him. If the boy could break through to the 9th and 10th level of Saint Power by the age of 18 and become a saint, he would give the boy a spatial ring. The boy nodded and said that it wouldn't take him long. Immediately his mother appeared. She had brought many supplies for her son for the long journey. The woman looked at him worriedly and said that he was leaving home for the first time and would have to take care of himself since she would not be around. So she prepared him many delicious things, for they would be useful on the road. And also she has planned his meals for a month in advance. He must eat well and not skimp on his studies. The boy irritated and said that he was no longer a child and could take care of himself. The woman smirked and said that when the third wife and her sons about the guy getting into this academy, it wasn't so angry that they got sick. "Way to go, son." The woman was clearly gloating. The guy noticed it and smirked too. The uncle came closer to them and said that it was getting dark, so it was time to get on the road. The boy looked up at the sky and prepared for a long journey. The two of them sat down on the huge bird and prepared to take off. As the boy waved goodbye, the parents continued to stand and watch their child. In farewell, Mom told her son not to forget to write to them. The Grayfon shouted, and his shout made everyone crouch to the ground. He flapped his wings, and in a second they were already in the sky. The boy was incredibly happy that he was now a student of such an honorable academy. His uncle was sitting at his back, struggling to hold on to the griffin's fur. They were moving farther and farther into the sky, toward new life. It had been a long time since he had experienced the feeling of flying. How much he missed that feeling. The boy was sitting on the griffin's back, the wind wrapped around his face, ruffling his hair. He was incredibly happy at this moment, to experience this forgotten feeling again. His uncle looked at him and said that he was indeed the chosen one. When his brother flew to the academy, he was so badly frightened that he was absolutely unable to move. The boy, hearing this, was very much surprised. Was it really true? Xian looked at the old man with surprise. Does he really have a brother in the academy? How come he doesn't know anything about it? The old man scratched the back of his head and laughed. His memory was failing him more and more often, so he just didn't have time to tell everything. Uncle raised his finger up meaningfully and began his story. Changguan Hu, the elder brother of the protagonist, was born from the first mistress. After they had married the third mistress, there was no way for the two of them to get along. The first mistress was so angry that she decided to take the newborn young master back to her mother's house. And after the divorce, she severed all ties with the past family. The boy listened to all of this in surprise. It all made sense now. No wonder he had never heard of his older brother. Now he was beginning to understand. It turns out that Bai Yu Shuang wanted to displace his mother in the same way. As they say in a big family, you can't take your mouth off. I'll have to teach her another lesson. A sarcastic smirk appeared on his face. The old man noticed all this, I'm worried, but looked at him. Uncle sighed heavily. The young master was 17 years old when he entered the academy. In the future, let the protagonist feel free to ask him for help. Xian smiled and winked at him. Good, he will do that. The boy thanked his uncle for the advice. Soon they arrived at the academy. The griffin flapped its wings and began to descend. They sat on his back and watched the roofs of the houses show in the branches of the centuries-old trees. The boy smiled and his face lit up with happiness. This was the academy. The boy froze in anticipation. They flew over the many houses. The territory of the academy was really huge. There were many neatly arranged houses everywhere they looked. Apparently, there were students living there. The griffon flapped its wings and landed neatly on the white floor. There were already a lot of people crowded around them. Xian looked around everyone with a surprised look. There were so many people in this academy. How would he manage to find his brother here? The old man patted his shoulder and told him not to worry. His brother would be very easy to find. In the crowd, the protagonist suddenly saw a young, statuesque guy of about 25 years old. He grasped his sides with his hands, and with a wide smile on his face, he greeted his brother. He had a welcoming banner hanging behind his back. Well, this guy wasn't that hard to spot. The guy's name was Changguan Hu. He was smiling widely and observed the newcomers. It was obvious that he was very happy to see his little brother. Xian decided that it was better to pretend he didn't know anything right now, and turned away in the other direction. He was indeed easy to find. The old man laughed and said that the young master hadn't changed a bit after years of his absence. Hu greeted his younger brother with his hand, and the younger brother came closer with a disgruntled look. At this time, the uncle said in an affectionate voice that the head was already missing his eldest son. Hu, as soon as he heard about it, he asked his uncle not to even mention his father's name. He has nothing to do with him. He looked at his little brother and said that he had grown surprisingly fast. Xian looked at him with an appraising gaze and didn't know how to react. Hu gave him a brotherly hug and took him aside. The man said that if anyone dared to bully his little brother, let them come to him at once. He would make them collect their teeth all over the academy. Uncle shouted in their wake that Hu should take a little walk. I look at his little brother, and he should go talk to the headmaster. The main character's eyes lit up with happiness. He looked at his big brother with admiration. Now, in his eyes, he looked like the Rock. Soon they came to a large building and stopped just outside its entrance. Hu looked still as nonchalant as ever. He pointed his finger there and said that it was the Kargat Academy. Well, that's all he needed to know. Xian cast his eyes downward. He certainly trusts his younger brother, but is it just me, or is it just me, or is it just him that his excursion is too short? At this moment, he decided to take back his words. This big brother is very unreliable. Hu wouldn't lose it. He cheerfully said that tomorrow is freshman competition day. He signed him up too. If he socialized with the others, he would get used to his new surroundings faster. Xian laughed nervously and said that his brother probably meant that he would be beaten on the first day. His older brother put a small gold star on his chest. It's a battle between the new disciples, and he is very excited. His little brother has to do well, and this star is his pass. The boy looked at the star on his chest. Big brother is overly energetic. He's not really interested in playing these games, so it's best to just give up. Hu realized he had completely forgotten about the application materials. He told his little brother to go eat lunch at the canteen first, and he would go get the materials. Seconds later, Big Brother's already gone somewhere, and he's just going to leave him. The protagonist was left standing alone in the middle of the square. That Big Brother is so strange. Xian went to the dining hall. He soon found himself in a spacious building with a lot of people he didn't know before. They were all probably students. The smell of delicious food spread through the room. Xian walked over to the table that already had many delicious dishes on display. The food here was cheap but very tasty. Even poor students would be able to eat properly. This academy's food shows the equality between the poor and the rich. Suddenly, the boy's musings were interrupted by a thump on the table. A rough male voice told him to get out of here. It's their desk. A guy about his age was standing in front of him, looking at him angrily. There were two other students behind him, a guy with long hair and a girl. The stranger was trying to draw attention to himself, and his gaze became even angrier. Xiang S looked at him in disbelief and said, "If they are so eager to eat, let them sit down and eat with him. This table belongs to the academy. It doesn't say that it belongs to them." The guy slowly boiled over at such insolence. He shouted that the new guy didn't deserve to eat with them with. Would he ask one last time if he was leaving or not? The girl behind him sighed heavily and asked why he was being so polite to this scum. Let him just chase him away. The protagonist sighed. Well, he'll leave on his own. But after he finishes his food, if they don't want to sit with him, just let them stand there and wait. After saying that, the guy was just mad with rage. Is this brat looking for trouble? The girl shouted. Does he even know who he's talking to right now? A guy with long red braid hair looked at the protagonist with an appraising gaze. He pushed that evil disciple aside and approached him with a strained smile. In a sweet voice, he said, looking at the quality of the main character's uniform, one could tell that he was also from a noble family. Can he recognize his name and what family he is from? The guy sat down opposite Xian and began to speak. Although the Academy forbids oppressing commoners, it does not interfere in the disputes between nobles. He squinted his eyes and scrutinized the protagonist as if he wanted to eat him. He had a small scar on his face near his mouth. His voice became quiet and ingratiating. Would the boy believe him if he told him that he would make his life at the Academy unbearable? The other students watched all of this with horror. Did this newcomer provoke them? Those three are from the Kadi clan, right? Xian stared at him silently and continued to devour the noodles, bragging about his family and speaking boldly. This kind of thing had happened more than once in his past life. The guy with the red hair screamed, "He's talking to him. Why is he ignoring him?" The girl looked at him squeamishly. He's a stinking brat. Doesn't he realize who he's messing with? I'm her brother. I asked him a question. Another guy in their group couldn't take the insolence anymore. That kid's got a lot of nerve. He couldn't stand it any longer and yanked the tablecloth with all his might. The plates with food flew to the floor, but the protagonist managed to remove his plate. Now let him eat this. The boy pointed his finger at the scraps lying on the floor. Xian realized that it wasn't the fight's fault right now. He quickly got up from the table and got ready. This annoying student swung his fist and was going to beat up the protagonist, but he dodged in time and the guy barely stayed on his feet. With a deft turn, he elbowed him squarely in the back. The boy sighed heavily and gritted his teeth. This was something he hadn't expected. He fell to the floor, and a few seconds later there was a rumbling sound. The others just watched in horror with their mouths hanging open in surprise. Xian stood there nonchalantly, holding a bowl of noodles in his hands. He smiled playfully and said that the guy was too impulsive. The base was unstable and his kung fu was crap. He said this and began chewing on his noodles with relish. The guy was furious. This brat dares to mock him. Now he's going to kill him for sure. The situation was escalating at an unbelievable speed. Suddenly they were interrupted by a rough voice. The guy sitting at the next table slammed his hands on the table and ordered them to finally calm down. He's already finished eating, and if those three are so mad, they can take his place. But it didn't seem to work. The guy turned around and shouted at him to mind his own business. Xian continued to chew his food. The unfamiliar boy turned toward them. He was tall and of sturdy build. This fatty seemed like he could beat them all up, but he seemed to be good-natured. He smiled widely and clapped his hands together. After all, they were all classmates here. There was no need to cause conflicts. But the guy didn't calm down. He glared angrily in his direction. Once again, he swung around and punched the stranger in the stomach with all his might. Pig who gave him the right to talk to him. A punch was heard, but the fat man laughed. It turned out that his appearance was deceptive. The boy took hold of his fist and looked at it in horror. Pain coursed through his entire body. This guy's pretty tough. At this time, good-natured Fatty laughed. If he wants to hit someone, let him hit him. He has thick skin, so he doesn't care. The girl looked squeamishly in their direction. Uh-oh. Is the pig in need of a beating? She turned to the other brother and said that they should teach them a lesson. At this point, the guy was already getting angry. Well, he had it coming. Xian already couldn't stand it and told them to stop it immediately. They could fight him all they wanted, but don't let them drag outsiders into it. Suddenly, the same guy with red hair told the second brother to stop immediately. Conflicts between the noble and the poor are strictly forbidden by the Academy itself. The second brother looked at the fatty who continued to smile good-naturedly in surprise. The students had already forgotten about the food, watching the conflict with interest. There seemed to be someone fighting over there. A girl with bright yellow hair looked in that direction in surprise. Her friend pulled her by the sleeve and told her to get out of here. She didn't want to get involved in their fight. The conflict wasn't about to die down. The guy with the red hair called out to the protagonist. Does he think he can insult their clan? Does he want to be expelled from the academy? The boy crunched his fingers, looking belligerent now. There was no trace of his former politeness and good-naturedness. After all, the academy wouldn't interfere in the squabbles of nobles. He didn't want to be beaten to death and leave the academy with broken bones. Xian grinned, holding the chopsticks in his hands. And my own self would be interested in seeing this. He was getting ready to fight back. It wasn't the first time for him. But suddenly, from behind him, he heard it. The older brother shouted that he himself would be interested to see who dared to attack his little brother. Hu appeared literally out of thin air. He fell on the table with great force, and immediately the fragile wooden structure broke with a crack. In his hands, his older brother was holding a huge stack of papers. Xian heavily sighed and timidly asked his older brother if he could not appear somehow normally next time. Hu didn't understand a thing. What's this? What kind of table breaks just by standing on it? But he immediately returned to his opponents. He shouted, "If you want to fight, then let them fight with him. He will spar with them." Xian looked at all this with his eyes burning with excitement. Suddenly the older brother remembered the papers. That's right. He handed the huge stack to the younger brother. Xian, from the heaviness. Does he need to sign this whole pile of documents? The older brother continued to smile. He said, all these papers need to fill out to register for the rookie tournament. The guy with red hair asked in surprise, what rookie tournament? What rookie? The guy with red hair smiled predatorily and looked at his older brother. He asked, is this kid his fourth brother? Hu put his arm around his little brother so he blushed from overexertion. He smiled broadly and said that this guy was as talented as he was. The protagonist realized at that moment that his brother had never said he was talented. The students looked at him with surprise and disbelief. Really? How dare they mess with the Kadi clan? Aren't they completely afraid of death? The leader of their clan squinted his eyes. Provoking this rabid dog was not a good idea. He wouldn't be able to deal with him one-on-one. He would have to think of something else. He hummed something to himself and ordered his henchmen to leave. He would remember this day. The others wondered, were they just going to let it go? Hu smiled and looked at his little brother. He asked, well, he's cool, isn't he? Xian smiled and said, he didn't think it would end so easily. Soon, Kadi. They did their best to keep up with their leader. The girl asked, who was it? Would they really just leave things like that? The man replied that this hard-headed idiot was Changguan Hu. A predatory smile remained on his face. The man continued to speak. He had signed up for the beginner martial arts tournament. If they killed him there was nothing Hu could do to stop them. He stopped and turned around. In the sunset sunlight, his figure looked menacing. He said in an angry voice that anyone who dared to insult their clan would pay with his life. Xian watched them follow, standing at the exit of the dining hall. The bright red rays of the setting sun illuminated his lonely figure. The boy thought for a moment. Big brother really is something with something. Again, he said he had something urgent to do and left. Now he was alone again. He was holding a heavy stack of papers. It's his first day here, so the guy doesn't really know his way around yet. And he doesn't know where the store is. His older brother was very unreliable. He only had to rely on his own strength. Hu ordered his brother to come back to live. From this day on, they are friends here. If there are any questions, he can ask him. Xian thought it was a bit early to say that they were friends now. That big guy looked pretty funny. He sat down on the floor, leaning against a large stack of papers, and thought. And this rookie tournament, he wasn't interested in it at all. So maybe he should give it up. He stood up and walked briskly away from the cafeteria. For now, he decided to just go on the computer. I want to get a good look at the kingdom's first academy. The sky was an extraordinary ruby color. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the tops of the trees, and the first bright stars began to appear in the sky. Two students were sitting in the forest and fearfully looked at each other. They were a brother and sister. It looked like they were also new here and didn't know anything. Xian saw all this in the past life. Siblings and sex also hid to play with each other. Apparently in any place and time. Everyone has 7 senses and 6 desires. The boy noticed that 2 figures dressed in black clothes were tiptoeing in the opposite direction. They must be up to something. It looked suspicious. The guy thought about it. It was either jealousy or stealing. Several men wrapped in black robes were sitting in a circle, whispering about something. One, the fat one, who seemed to be in charge, spoke in a whisper. He said he had studied the route properly. It's sure to pass through here soon. The rest of you, let them sit in this spot and wait. Let them pretend to be ordinary hooligans who decided to harass the girl, and he will come and save her. Everyone nodded. The fat man said his goddess is like a little sheep. Let the others be gentle with her, understand? 2 men with masks. They understand perfectly. Xian was hiding behind a nearby tree at this time and heard everything. He sighed heavily. What a bunch of hackneyed cliches. It's not like it's original at all. It looked too ridiculous from the outside. He jumped down and headed straight for them. He couldn't pretend he didn't see anything and just walk on by. Soon the sun was finally hidden behind the firmament, giving way to the moon. A bright crescent moon floated up into the sky and began to illuminate the earth with a dull white-blue color. Suddenly, light, uncertain footsteps were heard from outside. Someone was approaching, and judging by the lightness of the footsteps, it was a woman. The brother and sister were hiding somewhere in the distance, watching everything that was going on. The boy looked at the girl with loving eyes, and his sister looked at him as if she wanted to strangle him. Was it by any chance the new girl who had stolen the hearts of many students? She was quite beautiful. Her silhouette was incredibly delicate and graceful. The sister grabbed her brother's ear and pulled it to the side. The guy yelped. Several people dressed in uniforms similar to those worn by ninjas jumped out of the bushes and blocked the girl's path. They stood in front of her, not allowing her to pass any further. One of them shouted at her, "Hey girl, doesn't she want to play with them? Isn't it scary walking this late alone?" The girl was startled. I was stunned with fear. What do they want? The girl was shaking with fear. One of the disguised bullies approached her and pulled his hands toward her. But before he could do anything, the girl grabbed his finger painfully and clenched it with such force that a crunch was heard. The guy didn't expect this. The plan was about to fall apart. Suddenly, the girl forcefully threw the guy over himself, screaming before he could do anything. Does this girl have martial arts skills? She slammed her assailant to the ground with such force that cracks spread out and the ground sagged beneath their feet. What the hell? Didn't he say little sheep? The rest of the disguised bandits were horrified. They realized at that moment that the girl was about to kill them all. That's what you call pretending to be a pig to kill a tiger, right? The boy's legs shook with fear. The girl exhaled lightly and shook off her hands. She said, though she didn't like to fight, this wasn't the case. She pointed her little finger in the direction of the villains. Them she would certainly not spare. They attacked a defenseless girl, although you wouldn't know it at first glance. Xian observed all of this from the side. He picked up the body of the beaten bandit and grinned. This girl looks delicate and weak, yet she is very strong. The others shrank back and started asking their older brother to help them. The protagonist looked at them in surprise and wondered what they wanted. Who were they calling Big Brother? At this time, the very beaten bandit rushed to run away. Xian shouted for him to stop immediately and come back here. The girl looked at him with a belligerent look. So he's the one in charge here? Then she would teach him a lesson too. At this point, the guy realized he was going to get in trouble. He waved his arms around and tried to explain. He wanted to say that there had been a little misunderstanding. But the girl didn't listen to him and was already swinging to smack the villain who dared to attack him. An energy aura formed around her. It looked as threatening as possible, so that the protagonist's knees even shook. The cloaked guys looked at each other. They couldn't believe that this guy was really their big brother. Something was wrong here. The other said it didn't make any difference. It was none of their business. Enough gawking, let's get out of here. The guy smiled all right. He didn't want to fight the girl, but it looked like he had no choice. He'd have to get over himself. Besides, he was bored anyway. Well, now he would see what this little girl could do. The guy began to accumulate magical energy, and soon an aura of power formed around his body. The two were already a few steps away from starting a fight, when suddenly they were stopped by a stern female voice. The two students turned around fearfully towards the voice. The female instructor was standing in front of them. Xian Wu suddenly realized that he couldn't move. It was as if his whole body was restrained. At this time, the girl was looking at her master with an admiring gaze. A tall, statuesque woman stood before them. She looked incredibly beautiful, graceful, but at the same time, power emanated from her. She raised her hand up and said in a stern voice that the academy had rules against using power for personal use. Had they already forgotten that? The girl went up to the woman and started apologizing. It's her fault, of course, but that guy is a villain. She pointed her finger at the main character. Xian's anger boiled over. It was just a misunderstanding. He was in some kind of trouble again. The woman looked at her and said she would figure it out for herself, and she would let her go back and continue practicing. The girl nodded obediently. Xian continued to try unsuccessfully to break free from the shackles. She walked up to him and started teasing him, as if to wipe her hands. The poor kid had no choice but to watch as he was inhumanely bullied. And then, as if nothing had happened, the girl bent toward him and showed him her tongue. At that moment, the guy boiled with rage. He was ready to strangle her here and now. That little brat. But the girl turned around, and with an angelic smile on her face went the other way, leaving the guy rampaging somewhere behind. In his mind, the guy was begging this aunt to talk, just talk. It's not completely different from what her student said. Just let him explain. But the woman looked down at him with a stern look. She looked at the boy but didn't say a word. The woman saw with her discerning gaze that the power within this disciple was different from usual. Goosebumps ran down the boy's body. Did this woman realize he was reborn? This is bad. We have to think of something. The woman moved toward him and looked him straight in the eye. In a creepy voice, she said that the kid had nothing to worry about. She never poked her nose into other people's secrets, even if it's about him, a kid from the Changguan family. The boy felt literally with his whole body that this woman was emanating some kind of sinister aura. Did she know him? She waved her hand and told him he had to prove to her that he deserved to live in this world first. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine what she'd do to him otherwise. The woman jabbed her finger at him, and the guy felt a simply monstrous energy emanating from her body. A clot of that dark force transformed into a ball and flew just a few centimeters from his face. The woman said quietly that otherwise she would just kill him with her own hands. Jiang, I was scared to death. That lady is crazy. Auntie, you probably shouldn't take the sin on your soul. The woman waved her hands, dispersing the energy in different directions. She said that he'd better memorize what she was saying. Suddenly, a sphere of dark energy appeared in front of the boy and began to slowly envelop him. If that's what he's thinking, it's not good. The energy was being absorbed into his body with every passing second. He still couldn't move and just watched in horror. Breathless, he could do literally nothing. The woman continued to look at him with a calm and stern gaze. She said that this time, let him consider it a gift from all of her. What kind of gifts are these? The boy thought one last time before his body was finally enveloped by magic. After a few seconds, he found himself in some strange place. There was a forest here, too, but it was different. He stood there, breathing heavily, trying to regain consciousness. Where is he? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Someone had called out to him. He turned around and saw his older brother. But for some reason, he was bloody and holding his stomach. The protagonist immediately picked him up under his arms, trying to support him so that he wouldn't finally flop to the ground. Xian asked, "What happened? And why is he injured?" Hu was breathing heavily and said that he wanted to go behind the mountain and kill a magical beast to obtain a level 1 magic core for him. But he accidentally disturbed a rank 3 beast and received a couple of blows from it. His older brother was smiling as if he didn't feel any pain at all. He held the magic stone in his hands and said with a smile that he thought he wouldn't get out. He didn't expect his younger brother to come to his aid. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time left. So let his brother take this magic core. Xian looked at him with a frightened look. What do you mean it won't be long now? His brother didn't listen to him and placed a magic stone in the boy's hand. Soon he would have to participate in the rookie tournament. This core would help him become stronger. The older brother's hand weakened and he quickly fell to the ground. Brother clutched the magic stone in his hands, barely holding back tears. So he had actually gone out that afternoon to get that core? Hu smiled and, overcoming the pain, said, "They are brothers after all. May the younger brother forgive him for being able to help him, only in this way." He went the other way as he continued to squirm in pain. Xian needs to do well in the rookie tournament. The boy wondered. Did his brother really think that this stone was so important since he risked even his own life for this core? Xian stood and looked at his brother, who was sitting on the ground and breathing heavily from his injuries. Suddenly he lay down on the ground and folded his arms across his chest like a meth addict on his deathbed. "What's that brother doing?" asked the boy without understanding. Hu was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. He told the fourth brother that this was all he could do for him. "Well, please let him take his ashes." The brother gave a fake cough. The guy scratched the back of his head and wondered if he'd had enough. He examined his wounds. They were only superficial, so he wouldn't die. Hu's eyes bulged with surprise. "Really?" He thought he was dying. He laughed a wrenching laugh, but immediately coughed. Xian thanked his older brother, but if he wasn't here, then he might die of blood loss. Yan tugged his wounds with a torn-off piece of sleeve. Everything was fine now. He was in no danger. So far, he's dressed the wounds and the bleeding has stopped. If Big Brother hurries to the academy, he will be cured and everything will be fine. Hu laughed and stroked his younger brother's head. He's a great guy. No wonder Uncle praised him so much. At this time, a female faculty member was discreetly watching them. She smirked. Good. She was hovering in the air, absorbed by the magical energy, and couldn't be seen from here. The woman looked at them with a stern look, but for a second they had a flicker of sympathy. She said to herself that this boy had many hardships and trials ahead of him. The towers of the academy pointed upward toward the sun itself. The day of the rookie competition had arrived, the most important event at the academy. The tournament was about to start. There were a lot of people crowded downstairs. Everyone was wondering who would be this year's rookie king. People were crowding in, trying to get the most comfortable seats. The arena was already completely filled. People were sitting in their seats and impatiently waiting for the tournament to start. There was so much noise everywhere that you had to cover your ears to avoid going deaf. The arena was really big. As expected of an honor academy like this, even a rookie tournament can make so much noise. The protagonist looked around, examining the people present. It was very easy to get lost in such a crowd. Suddenly he heard his brother screaming. Everyone in the room glared at him unhappily, and the protagonist could barely stand on his feet. Hu stood on the platform and supported his brother with all his might. He was holding a huge flag with the banner of his clan on it. His arm was bandaged, but it did not prevent him from being on full alert. The boy scratched the back of his head and felt embarrassed. With such a caring brother, he would often have to worry about awkward moments. The calm and even voice of the headmaster sounded. He addressed the students, waving a luxurious fan in front of his face. Everyone present stared at him. In front of them stood a young man dressed in the same uniform as the students. His name was Bai An, and he was the vice principal of the academy. He was the one who would be hosting today's rookie tournament. The man smiled and folded the fan. He said the prize for winning was the same as last year. First place will receive a level 3 monster core. Second place will receive a level 2 monster core. And third place will receive a level 1 monster core. And the top 50 players will receive an amethyst coin. The same brother and sister looked at each other with surprised and stunned eyes. The brother said that if she made it to the top 50, she would get amethyst coins. 1 amethyst coin was enough to cover living among a statistical family for a whole 10 years ahead. The same students who bullied the protagonist were there, the members of the Kadi clan. They squinted at the rest of the points with displeasure and disgust. The girl snickered and said that the poor people who hadn't seen the world yet were so much surprised by a single amethyst coin. That was funny. The guy grinned and said he had more pocket money alone than 3 amethyst coins. The crier waved his hand and said that based on the group draw, an elimination tournament would begin. Only 2 rules. No guns and no killing. He hoped all would be well and everyone would abide by the rules. The man smiled and waved his fan in different directions. It was obvious that he was very happy, no less than the students. Now he will announce the beginning of the contest. The crowd roared with joy. Everyone started waving their hands. The protagonist thought it was very pompous. He wasn't interested in any of this. The Kadi clan guy glared wryly at the protagonist and told him to be careful. Don't let him drop out early. He can't wait to personally break him in half. The girl chided him and said that if this goes on, she didn't think they were destined to meet. Xian sighed and said that they were definitely no match for each other in the Battle of Tongues. When they heard this, they both became furious. How dare that bastard? Let him get caught in the ring. He won't get away with it. The guy didn't listen to that. He just went about his business. The tournament began, and literally in the first round, the protagonist knocked out his opponent with 1 punch. It was no problem at all. His older brother was cheering him on from the stands the whole time. Liang from the Kadi clan was not inferior to him either, knocking out his opponents one by one. The contestants were quickly eliminated, and soon there were only a few left. The same good-natured fatty fought a girl who lost quickly. She was instantly out of the ring, but she didn't seem too upset about it. They talked to each other like good friends. The quarterfinals had begun. The leaderboard already made it clear who the favorites were. Now it was time for the protagonist and the clan girl to meet. Her name was Chu Li. She looked at him with disgust. Now she's going to wipe him out. Encouraging cheers were heard from the stands. Everyone supported their favorite, who shouted with all his might. But his little brother didn't seem to pay any attention to him. He picked his nose. So far, the tournament was very boring. Chu Li threw herself at him immediately. The girl was intent on stomping her opponent. After all, this little brat was getting on her nerves. She already wanted to bring her hand in a punch, but the kid deftly dodged at the same moment. The girl missed, and the protagonist stood there as if he was just having fun. Chu Li waved her hands in an attempt to get at this little brat, but he dodged every time with incredible agility. The girl became furious. How can this kid dodge so easily? She tried her best to hit him, but nothing worked. It made her furious. After another blow, the protagonist was already bored. Now it was his turn. The guy's swinging, now he's going to smash her good. Chu Li already realized that she couldn't dodge now. The girl only watched in horror as the boy's fist moved towards her face. She clenched her teeth with such force that she even bit down on the stick she kept chewing. The fist stopped at the last moment, and the girl was merely showered with a wave from the air. If the guy had struck, she probably would have died at the same moment. Their gazes crossed. The girl's look was very scared. The guy said in a calm voice that he didn't want to hit the girl, so let her just admit defeat. Chu Li was shocked. Isn't he stronger than her? There's no way. The girl gritted her teeth, anger boiling inside her. She couldn't lose to some scum. She would be a laughingstock. The girl screamed that it wasn't over and swung her leg to hit the guy as hard as she could. Xian easily blocked her punch with his hand after all. What a stubborn girl she was. He was starting to get tired of this. Suddenly, he saw something shiny on her boot. It was a small spike, something you wouldn't notice if you didn't look closely. Xian everything saw perfectly. He saw a small spike shoot out from her boot and rush straight to his face. The boy realized with horror that it seemed that he would not be able to dodge. The needle had almost reached his eye, and was only a few millimeters away from the pupil. The girl was already celebrating her victory. He couldn't dodge this one. She had won. Xian looked at the needle rapidly approaching his eye, and concentrated all his strength to avoid disaster. His eyes filled with energy as he tried his best to stop the lethal weapon flying at him. It worked after all. His technique had helped stop the needle. Now it needed to be redirected, but it had to be done discreetly. Xian tensed up, and with his all-force technique, he redirected the needle directly at the girl. Now the blob of energy was flying at her head. The girl wouldn't have had time to dodge anyway. She was hit in the head by a powerful blow, screamed, and started to fall backwards. Xian brushed the sweat off his forehead and sighed heavily. Thanks to the sword technique, he was able to pull this off. If it wasn't for this technique, this all could have ended very sadly. A whisper came through the bleachers. The spectators had definitely seen something. They saw something fly out of her boot. But why did the girl fall? No one could see from this distance, but it seemed to them that there was something wrong here. The judge immediately ran over to them. Luckily, it was only an ordinary poison needle, so no one was badly hurt. The protagonist stood beside him and crossed his arms over his chest, grudgingly telling him to finally announce the winner. The referee put his hand up and yelled that the girl was disqualified as a result of a rules violation. The winner is Xian Tian. The bleachers roared. The guy stood there, basking in the glory. His big brother just didn't know where to put himself out of happiness for his little brother. He grabbed hold of the two people standing next to him and started squeezing them. The people tried to get away, but his grip was ironclad. While Big Brother was shouting for joy, the Kadi clan members were furious. Their plan didn't work. Furthermore, one of them qualified. The principal approached the boy and said that he had done a nifty thing. The boy turned around and looked in his direction incredulously. Was that a compliment? It felt like the vice principal was up to something. The leaderboard was slowly changing. There were fewer and fewer participants left, and the final was nearing its logical conclusion. The two clan members were standing, talking to each other. No one here could hear them. The guy with red hair handed the other brother a vial of some liquid. This is an illegal drug that will strengthen him for a while. He needs to take this potion. Liang was horrified. Does he not believe in his own strength? The guy smiled and said that he couldn't rely on chance alone. The third sister had greatly dishonored their family. He must win the competition and restore their reputation. Liang nodded. All right, he would only do it for their family. At this time, the protagonist held up another victory. His opponent was lying down and was unconscious. The matter was progressing easier and easier. Xian stood and enjoyed the attention of the audience. Suddenly, that same good-natured fatty came up to him and patted him on the shoulder. He said the guy was going to be amazing. Fatty's name was Tai Ta. They bumped fists and wished each other luck. T grinned and said that now they would see each other in the finals. Liang standing, he didn't look like himself. His veins suddenly swelled up. He looked like some kind of beast. Xian. This definitely noticed and took a closer look at this person. There was definitely something wrong with him. His opponent was the same fatty. He smiled and said good-naturedly that he was very strong, so he wouldn't hold back. Liang shouted angrily that he should stop talking and start fighting. The principal joyfully struck the bell with all his might and heralded the start of the match. The rivals prepared to punch each other's faces. Tita swung, preparing his huge fist. This guy looked impressive. Liang Toge swung around and gritted his teeth. The guy was simply furious. His mind was like a veil. He couldn't see anything but his opponent. Their fists clashed, and there was a blow of such force that it seemed the very space around them was about to break. Poor good-natured fatty didn't expect such force and flew backwards. What I was able to throw him off. He couldn't believe his eyes because up until now, no one had been able to beat him. The fat man's physical strength was unbelievable, and this guy just threw him away like a toy. Liang. Without wasting a second, I shouted that this fucking pig was going to die. He punched the poor guy in the stomach with all his might, so much so that his mouth even bled. The poor man coughed up blood. His breathing hitched and his heart seemed to stop beating for a second. The blow was of incredible force. Liang screamed. His brain had completely shut down and he was intent on killing his opponent here and now. But suddenly he was stopped by the principal. He grabbed the frantic boy by the arm and quickly pulled him back. Xian ran up to his comrade and began to examine his body, asking how he was feeling. The poor guy was lying on the ground and seemed to be unconscious. Tai coughed and apologized to his friend for losing. Xian smiled and said it was okay. He will avenge his friend. They smiled at each other. The guy won't just let it go. Xian turned to his opponent and squeamishly asked if he was ready to die. Liang, already completely mad, he shouted that he would bury him right here and now live. He was only stopped by the principal, who held his hands tightly. Xian asked the principal, "Can we start the final match right here and now?" The principal looked at him in surprise, continuing to hold Liang, who suddenly burst into their conversation. He shouted that this person had definitely used a drug. "This is unforgivable. We need to expel him immediately." But the director didn't seem to be listening to him at all. He was interested in watching this one himself. He said that if they were all ready, this final match was starting right now. Hu, at this time, was trying to shout at him, asking to be expelled at last. He yelled that the principal was just covering for them. He's a shameless freak, covering them up. The principal tried his best to ignore it. Eventually, he got fed up with it and shoved the pesky student away, shouting for him to go and think about his behavior. Xian looked at all of this with undisguised surprise. His big brother knows something. The headmaster looked at him. He knew everything. Could this kid be so confident in his strength that he would still dare to take the fight? The opponents stood and glared at each other with hateful looks. Liang yelled that in order to defeat him, he had to let go of his pride and become like this. He didn't want that. Now this kid will learn what happens to those who cross their family. Liang struck the ground with his fist with such force that it cracked under his feet. Xian closed in from the cloud of dust flying at him. Liang was standing in front of him like a demon. His eyes were covered with a veil. He could not see anything in front of him and was only breathing heavily. A fire seemed to be coming from him. Liang was now so strong that he was completely covered in saint energy. He seemed to be composed of it himself. He said he's at the 10th level of holy power. And this kid really thinks he can beat him? It made no impression. He only waved away the annoying dust. He would soon find out for himself. Liang couldn't take this kind of bullying against him anymore. Let's see how he could smile. Now he'll beat the crap out of him. Liang concentrated all his energy and swung his fist to kill the annoying bastard. Xian dodged, and the punch passed him. Seconds more and his opponent would fall to the ground. He had successfully ducked, and now his opponent's hand was in close proximity. Action could be taken. He grasped the elbow with his hand and redirected the full force of the blow to the opposite side. Liang could no longer control his strength, and his fist flew straight into his jaw. All the force collapsed onto himself. The blow was so strong that he couldn't stay on his feet and flew in the opposite direction. How could he stay alive after such a blow? He was lying on the ground and he didn't realize anything. His head was ringing from the impact. How did this happen? Xian standing and smiling, he rejoiced at his ingenuity. This was the way he would win without a single blow. Liang was furious. He couldn't believe that some kid would be able to topple him to the ground so cleverly. And with his own punch. He dodged, pushing off with his arms. He aimed his foot straight at his opponent's face. That wasn't all. Xian too didn't want to give up either. He grabbed his opponent's leg so tightly that he couldn't move it. He lifted the boy's leg high up, intending to topple him to the ground. The boy could no longer stand on his hands. A few seconds later, he flipped over, doing a somersault, and fell on the twine. Tears glistened in his eyes. He was incredibly hurt and angry. How dare this little freak make him look like a fool? All those present in the stands broke out into loud laughter. They had a lot of fun watching such a hilarious spectacle. What's this kid doing? Did they come to find clowns? The head of the Kadi clan was furious. What the hell is second brother doing? Let him be serious. After all, their family's honor was at stake. Xian. At this time, he was twirling around in a dance with his hands raised as if nothing had happened. It seemed to be a simple amusement for him. The second brother pointed his finger at him and asked resentfully, "Can't he fight him without dirty tricks?" The protagonist squinted. Okay. Now he would fight in earnest. He exhaled lightly. Liang just flamed with rage like a demon. Now this little guy would go to the other world. He would definitely finish him off now. Xian began to concentrate the holy power within himself, accumulating it in every cell of his body. Suddenly he started moving with such speed that his opponent couldn't even notice him. He's like a whirlwind. After a few seconds, the protagonist found himself already near his opponent and swung his fist to knock him out with a single blow. The guy didn't even seem to be dodging. The fist hit the target but did no damage. Liang loudly laughed. These blows wouldn't do him any damage. His opponent became faster but not stronger. Xian looked at him faintly and asked, "Who said it was a strike?" Indeed, it was only a deceptive maneuver. The real strike was just being prepared. Liang didn't understand anything. What else did it mean? He gritted his teeth and prepared to fight back. At the speed was unbelievably great. After a few moments, the main character's fist flew right into his face. Blood spurted from his nose, and the guy clenched his eyes. It looked like all his teeth were flying out of his mouth. The blows came one by one. The opponent could not do anything but just stood there like a punching bag. The blows were so strong that the guy pressed himself into the ground and it began to crack under his body. The protagonist didn't stop hitting. The blows were too many. He was like a machine gun at that moment. Finally, the blows stopped and the poor man lay on the ground, which had cracked under the pressure. His whole face was swollen and bruised. Xian looked at him with disdain and said that he was lucky that he couldn't use a sword in the tournament. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed. Suddenly, awareness came to him, and he slapped his forehead with the palm of his hand. Devil. He's a sword saint after all, and now he's standing here bullying a child. If anyone in his world found out about this, it would be very embarrassing. The principal loudly announced the winner. Xian becomes this year's rookie king. The man turned around at the protagonist and smiled his fake smile. This kid is only 14 years old, but why does he feel like he has a lot of experience in battles? He's more like a child with the soul of an adult in his body. The principal smiled, and I was told it was lucky that they had such a capable student this year. He was definitely up to something. Suddenly, from wherever you are in a hot air balloon, Hu's older brother appeared and started taunting the opponents. Look at that. Kadi had lost all their reputation. Even after cheating, they lost to his brother. What a shame. Suddenly, his balloon was pierced by something, and the air began to rush out of it. Now he's going to crash to the ground. The director and the main character said in one voice that he was too noisy. Yes, it was them. They threw hidden blades into the balloon. The balloon began to gain altitude under air pressure and flew high up. On the way back, he shouted that he would definitely come back again. The guy with the red hair was just boiling with rage. He wouldn't let it go. He would avenge his family's shame. He clenched his fist so hard that the concrete in his hands began to crack. He couldn't leave it like this. He needed revenge, and revenge would be sweet. Now in front of himself, he swore that he would make those two disappear from the academy forever. He was burning with anger. The sun was nearing sunset. The rookie tournament was over, and the winners had already been announced. The principal placed a small chest in front of the protagonist, opening it to reveal a view of a beautiful stone. The principal smiled and congratulated the boy on becoming this year's Pledge King. He pointed to the stone. That's his reward. The first place prize is a level 3 monster core. The guy can take it to go. The boy grabbed the offering and slipped it into his armpit. If it was all over, then he would go about his business. The principal continued with the presentation of the awards. In farewell, he told the boy to keep working so hard, for he had high hopes for the student. Xian squinted his eyes and made a disgruntled grimace. He was already tired of this. Besides, the principal was annoying him. The guy opened the doors and moved outside. The vice principal approached the principal and asked what he thought of this student. Behind me, a little old man sat on the windowsill and smoked a big, long pipe. In a senile voice, he said the kid was very talented and mature for his age. Is he really 14 years old? Should the academy sponsor his education and training? The old man said it is not necessary yet. Some people may not approve of it. The vice principal asked, does he mean them? There was a special emphasis on the last word. The principal smirked and said that if this student passed the next test, they would make their move. The man folded his arms and bowed obediently. He understood now that it was their time to act. Xian walked out of the study. His older brother was already waiting for him at the entrance. The boy turned a surprised look on him. What's he doing here? Is he spying on him? Hu was sitting on the sidelines with his arms folded across his chest, sound asleep. As soon as he heard his little brother's voice, it immediately turned to him and began to question him. Why had he been summoned to the principal's office? What did he say? The kid showed him the trunk and said he was just given the reward. Xian, smiling with a full mouth, said that since Big Brother had almost died trying to get the monster core for him, he was giving the core to him. Hu suddenly gave me his usual serious look and said that the reward was for his brother, so he shouldn't give it away so easily. The boy wanted to contradict him, but he interrupted him. The older brother said loudly that he should obey his elders. I mean him. Grateful guy smiled and nodded. Good. He'll keep the reward since his brother asks him to. Hu brotherly high hugged him and smiled with a full mouth. That's the good boy. Now they need to get going. We need to throw a party to honor and restore the king. The two brothers moved forward in an embrace. There were posters everywhere with words of encouragement written on them. Xian was embarrassed again and asked his big brother, is this his job? Hu smiled proudly and said that it is. It's a big win, and he is very proud of his brother. Suddenly, the protagonist listened and said something was wrong. It felt like they were being watched. Hu began to turn his head in different directions, but there was no one here. What is he talking about? But it wasn't that simple. Suddenly, someone's quick footsteps were heard from outside. It looked like they would not be left alone today. It was still the same members of the Kadi clan. They weren't going to endure such humiliation like this. Their honor had been undermined in the tournament today, and now they must take revenge on them. Second brother said that this guy was showing demonic strength, so don't underestimate him. The first brother looked down at them and turned to the main character. He said that the guy had defeated his second brother and third sister with the forbidden dot method, and now he wanted justice for his family. Hu warded off his younger brother's hand a little to the side. He said this pompous turkey just wants to regain his reputation if he has the courage. Yes, he can fight him. The first brother's mouth stretched into a predatory grin. He asked in a raspy voice, is he so sure of his victory? The energy aura around him started to swirl around him, this fatty. There's no way he's going to be able to handle it. Hu wondered had he already learned how to turn holy power into a weapon. Indeed, a long, sharp spear formed in the kid's hands. At this time, the main character slightly shivered in fear. This man is what, stronger than his older brother? At this time, the man continued to admire himself. He looked incredibly belligerent now, Hu of the academy along with his petty brother. But here he calmed down and said that his family is known for a theme that convinces people by its virtue. They don't fight unarmed men. The boy tossed him that very spear. The weapon soared upward and flew straight into his older brother's hands. He deftly caught the weapon and smiled. So what if he had reached the saint level? Big Brother still isn't afraid of him. Xian stood behind him and was wary. Suddenly Big Brother told him to leave this place, and he would detain these people at this time. Xian looked at him in surprise. Without waiting for a reply, the elder brother attacked with his holy power. Now they'll never get away from him. His opponent rushed towards him. Now he's going to kill him for sure. The guy's too arrogant. It's time to shorten his long tongue. Their weapons clashed with each other, and there was a clang of metal. The tension in the air had reached its limit. Even the air was electrified. Suddenly, the older brother noticed with horror that his weapon was breaking under the onslaught of his opponent. One blade began to cut into the other. This is simply unthinkable. Soon, his spear cracked in half. Hu managed to dodge at the last moment, and his opponent's blade slid a few centimeters from his head. What a devil. This was bad. The boy gritted his teeth and prepared to fend off the next blow. He jumped to his feet and shouted for his opponent not to dare underestimate him. He caught him by the arms and squeezed him tightly. Turning to his brother, he ordered him to get out of here immediately. Kadi grinned. Did he really think they would stop him with that? The young man's body began to burst into flames. A fire sphere began to form around him, pushing the poor man aside. He clenched his teeth and flew backwards. Now he would show them the difference between them. The man was ready to kill the poor man here and now. He concentrated all his strength into the blow. His kick was so powerful that poor Big Brother flew aside, bouncing off the ground like a ball. Xian picked him up, preventing him from falling further. He would not leave his older brother in distress. Hu looked at him in surprise and asked why he was still here. Blood was dripping from the guy's mouth. Xian said that he couldn't just leave him here. Xian came in furious. How dare this freak injure his brother? Now he won't let him go so easily. Wounded, and now he would just wipe him into powder. His older brother wanted to stop him. This opponent was too strong. But the protagonist didn't listen to him and walked confidently towards those bastards. The second brother pulled the sleeve of the first brother and asked him to let him deal with the two himself. The sister supported them from afar. Liang nuzzled his opponent and said that he wasn't ready last time. But the protagonist didn't seem to listen to him and just came closer and closer. The second brother didn't have time to speak before a powerful punch flew into his jaw. He seemed to have lost a few more teeth at this point. Liang flew aside like a piece of fluff thrown by a mighty gust of wind. Xian was furious. He said he had no intention of listening to the barking of his yapping dogs. Now he would deal with them and finally end their tyranny. The masked man standing next to him was startled. This kid threw him off with a single slap to the face. How strong is he? Xian walked up to Yun and raised his head up and said that he would deal with him himself. Kadiyun smiled and said that he recognized his strength. He was able to defeat his second brother. But even Hu, being at the 10th level of Saint Force, couldn't handle him. What could a measly level 8 do? Their sister continued to shout support for her brothers while Yun Echidna smirked, clearly feeling his superiority. The protagonist took his true form for a moment. Well, now he will not refuse to play with it. Suddenly, as if in place of the young boy, a grown man appeared, the same one who had been hiding in the child's body all this time. Xian frowned and said that he hoped that he would last until the end. He began to accumulate his energy, and it was as if nature itself had quieted down at that moment. His body began to literally exude holy power. Xian looked at him with the gaze of a true assassin. Right now, he was only interested in one thing: how to deal with this arrogant man. Yun Wuyu grabbed his own and shouted that against his absolute strength, these pathetic tricks were simply useless. He's going to wipe him out. The guy threw himself right at him. Now he's going to stuff him and his big brother. It's like he went crazy. The two rivals stood opposite each other, their energies clashing in a mad dance. There could only be one winner here. They were both as strong as each other, and now it was a battle to the death. Xian did not hold back now. He was standing in a true fighting stance. His opponent had a weapon, and that made it difficult. But needing to avenge his brother, the boy concentrated all his energy in his fist. Now she carries her crushing blow. His fist reached its target. It made contact with his opponent's jaw, and at that moment it was as if time had stopped. The power was so incredible that it was pouring out in a continuous stream. But it turned out that these attempts were futile. The saint's skin was simply harder than steel. Yoni returned and swung his spear to cut the miserable freak in half. But the protagonist returned with ease, and the blade whistled through the air. Xian was moving at an incredible speed, and the weapon couldn't reach him. For a second, fear flashed through him. Could this blow have no effect? I had to try something else. The elder brother watched this monstrous fight with horror. For his little brother to retreat, for he was too strong for him. Yun swung with his weapon, concentrating his energy into it. Now the protagonist was right in the line of attack, and it was impossible to dodge. Xian smiled. He understood that the saint's strength was really great. However, it was not that simple. His opponent brought his spear straight down on the ground. It hit me, but the impact shook the ground like an earthquake. The boy dodged just in time. Xian stood a little to the side, gaining his strength. Yes, indeed, his skin was very hard, however. There was one small nuance. Even with all his unbreakable armor, his joints are still just as fragile. It whistled through the air and struck his opponent's arm. That's the kind of hard blow that twisted the arm backwards. The joint was irreparably broken. The boy didn't take hold of his arm and screamed in pain. "This can't be! He's a saint!" Xian glanced at them with disdain. The spoiled nobles didn't seem to have any experience in actual combat. The sister immediately ran up to her brother and started asking what happened to him. What happened to his arm? But her brother sharply pushed her aside and ordered her to get out. The girl cried and clutched her eyes shut. Yun ran up to Xiang Yu and grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, shouting that he would kill him immediately. But the kid seemed completely calm. In a steady voice, he asked if he had ever killed. Yun stopped and whined his eyes out. What had he just said? For a second, fear ran across his face. Xian looked threatening. He had accumulated enough energy and said that it was better for his opponent to take his word for it. If they continued this battle, Yun would die a mere horrible death. Then let him get the hell out of here, or die now. Yun Kum was horrified by this. He literally felt threatened by this kid with his whole body. He backed up that he wouldn't get away with it. The sister was surprised. Her big brother is retreating? Unbelievable. Xian looked at them contemptuously. Had he decided to run away after all? What a loser. Hu watched his younger brother admiringly. He asked his brother, is he really 14 years old? When he fights, he looks absolutely terrifying. Xian waved his hands, trying to drive suspicion away from him, but he didn't know what to say. Now he would have a lot of explaining to do. He tried to make a naive child's face, but he did not succeed well, and it turned out to be a horrible grimace. What's the big brother talking about? He's only 14 if he wants to go out and play. Hu squirmed in fear and started stuttering. He believes him. Just don't make that face. The protagonist wanted to get close to his brother, but he waved his hands and in horror told the boy not to come near him. The boys did not notice that someone was already watching them. It was the vice principal. He laughed and said that little guy was so funny. What did she think of him? He had a female figure in the background. It was the same woman who met them in the woods. She looked away and said she shouldn't be so, complimentary about the boy. Besides, it wasn't up to her whether he lived or died. The woman looked forward sadly. Besides, the people from above had noticed this boy and would now be watching him closely. After all, this is his destiny. At this time, the protagonist was laughing heartily and trying to cheer up his frightened older brother. The next day, he had a lot of things to do at the academy waiting for him. He couldn't manage to sit down for a second because his older brother was very unreliable. Xian held a large stack of books in his hands and was walking somewhere. Big brother, too unreliable, suddenly decided to go private and said to return the books to the library for him. Strange. The guy pondered because of his carelessness. He had to teach his brother cultivation techniques from his past life. After all, there would be a lot of unnecessary questions for him, and that was something that couldn't be allowed. The older brother was incredibly surprised at his younger brother's knowledge. Having been away from the family for several years, it was no wonder he knew nothing about this cultivation technique. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and hesitantly said that he had read Oni in the books of the family library as well. He was simply delighted with this technique. He would definitely reach the saint level. It was time to train hard. At this moment, why did he suddenly get so excited? Xian heavily sighed and brought heavy books. He was terribly bored and didn't feel like doing anything at all. Suddenly his gaze slid down to the cover of one of the books. However, he had one more little question. On the cover of the book was an incredibly beautiful half-naked woman. She was playfully looking directly at the main character as if inviting him to join her. Where in the library such books beg sign seems now he understands. Why couldn't the older brother concentrate on training? Xian stood right in front of the entrance of the library. The building was really huge. From afar, it looked more like some kind of temple. The boy's eyes lit up with joy. This is what a library is like. It's pretty big. The guy was unspeakably excited. There would probably be a lot of cultivation books in there. After all, this was a library much larger than the family library. It looked like he had found a great place to cultivate. Xian already ran to the entrance of the library, but suddenly he was blocked by two powerful hands. A voice came from somewhere telling him to stop. Two guys stood in front of him. One of them said in an important voice that he had to pay to get into the library. The guy was surprised. How? Pay? The guy said that since Ka Diyun had returned home, this library was now under Liu Jian's control. Xian asked with feigned surprise. Had he decided to take a break from studying? The guy guarding the library told him to stop asking questions. Just let him pay and he could go. Xian didn't understand anything. He literally felt someone approaching him from behind with his back. Indeed, there were two other boys coming toward him from the back. They had ridiculously tall hairstyles on their heads. Xian was much shorter than him and raised his head to see who had come to him. One of the guys said that this was nonsense. The library grounds belonged to Cheng Ming Xian. Moreover, it wasn't their turn to charge admission. The first guy scratched his head and agreed. They are all classmates here, so let them dispense with conflict for now. Xian has to pay for 2 passes. The protagonist started shaking his head and looking at one guy and the other. He sighed heavily. Are those two serious? This is just some kind of mockery. One of the guys just knocked the books out of his hands. He yelled that they were charging admission for everyone. Now let him do as he's told. Otherwise, let him prepare for the worst. Their faces changed. It was obvious that these guys definitely wouldn't just let him pass. Xian really didn't want to stand out, but he would have to. There was no other choice. The boy sighed heavily. The sound of thuds came from afar. Here we go, the protagonist is looking for trouble again. A few seconds later, both boys were already on their knees begging for mercy. They won't do it again. Let the brother let them go. Xian decided to play teacher for a while and asked what they had done wrong. The boys kneeled down and said in a frightened tone that they had collected money for the library entrances and shouldn't do it again. The protagonist bent down to pick up a book with the same woman as he suddenly felt someone looking down on him from above. He looked up. Standing in front of him was the same girl they had almost fought with in those woods. It was her again. Xian felt that some mishap was about to happen again. The girl pouted her lips and said in a nasty voice that the teacher had told her he wasn't a bad person. But it turned out that all those people who charged money to get into the library were his henchmen. The girl puffed up even more as well, and it's something she saw. She picked up the very book with the girl in it from the ground. How dare he read such lewd books? Xian literally choked on air at this. Here we go again. He grabbed the book and held it against him. There had been another misunderstanding. He just needed to explain everything. Let the girl just listen to him. She folded her arms across her chest and looked at him with a scornful look. This is just a pervert. She wouldn't spare him this time. The poor man waved his hands, but the girl didn't listen to him. She'd gotten it wrong again. This isn't his book, and these guys aren't his henchmen. The girl pouted even more. He's still in denial. She had heard those people calling him brother. The girl swung around and hit the main character in jaws with all her might. He didn't even have time to do anything, and flew off to the side. He turned around at those two. It took them to explain everything to her at last. But they were already running away with all their legs screaming. Let him just wait and they would immediately avenge him for everything. Xian now didn't know what to do. Oh shit, the situation was getting more and more complicated. There was no choice left, and the guy began to concentrate his magical energy in preparation for another strike. Now he would definitely show this girl. The girl braced herself and realized he was attacking. Xian began to look threatening again, a magical aura emanating from his body that could scare anyone. He put his hand forward and prepared to strike. The girl wasn't frightened and her pupils narrowed. Xian suddenly poked her finger behind her back and shouted that the vice principal was standing there. There was genuine terror on the guy's face. The girl also turned around and fearfully looked in that direction. But as it turned out, it was just a trick. The protagonist took advantage of the moment and started to run in the opposite direction. He just fooled her. It was a better option than showing his strength again. I started turning my head in different directions, but no principal was there. She realized she had been tricked. The girl puffed up her cheeks in resentment. She was filled with anger, but from afar it looked more cute than intimidating. She started stomping her feet. The girl was beyond furious. It was the villain who had escaped again. Let him just get caught by her one more time. Next time, he would definitely be finished. Xian hid around the corner and watched the girl freak out. It worked. Now it was just a matter of not giving himself away. The girl smirked and said that she was in a bad mood because of that rascal back. Xian sighed heavily. One should avoid this maiden for now. He is a sword saint after all. There is no point for him to fight seriously with a little girl. Indeed, one must have some pride. But suddenly, from behind his back, the headmaster's voice was heard. Smiling, he said that the boy was very good at hide-and-seek. The protagonist looked at him dumbfounded and his eyes bulged. As soon as he saw the principal, his knees shook with fear. What is he doing here? Where did he come from? The principal put his hand on the wall and approached the boy. He looked at him with his sly gaze and waved his fan. Also, he was very good at pretending. Xian stood and didn't know what to say. He apologized to the principal, but he didn't know what to say. The principal looked at him from top to bottom and asked him, what is his relationship with this girl? Why is he avoiding her? Xiangai sighed and even blushed a little. Not to say that they had any kind of relationship. This was only the second time he had interacted with her. There had been a slight misunderstanding, and not to make things worse, he decided to run away from her. The vice principal turned around and asked the guy if he believed in fate. The protagonist's eyes bulged. What is this uncle talking about? What's with the riddles? The vice principal smiled. He said, there are 4 main areas in this academy. There are a total of 10,000 students here, and he thinks that the meeting of these two is nothing but fate. The boy wondered, and what kind of fate is this? This is one big misunderstanding. The principal laughed and said that the boy would soon understand everything. And now, he had to go do his own thing. And he ran off in the other direction, leaving the boy alone with his thoughts. Xian still didn't understand anything. He looked after the fleeing man, but he would never know what the strange man was thinking. The boy sat down and started picking up the books that were still lying on the floor. Well, that's okay. I should get the books to the library soon. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside. It was the same guy who wanted to steal from him at the entrance to the library. He was shouting to his brothers that it was the same guy pointing at the protagonist. Now he needs to be taught a lesson. The protagonist turned around. In front of him stood several dozen people dressed in the same uniform. The guy continued to rant. He said that this freak took advantage of the fact that there were few of them. But now he'll find out what happens to those who go against them. Xian stood in front of them and looked on with surprised eyes. What on earth was this? What is this attack? He just wanted to return the books to the library. How hard can it be? Why does everyone who meets him want to get his hands on it? Well, it couldn't be helped. Soon, all the others were also kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, saying that they were wrong. The boy smiled and looked at them over his shoulder and said, let them stand like that and think about their behavior for a while. And he had to get the damn books back. The boy walked into the library while everyone else continued to kneel and obediently obey their big brother. Some man ran quickly across the yard and shouted that things were very bad. Opening the doors, he shouted, Brother Luojian, their people were beaten up outside the library. A huge, heavy hammer came down to the ground and it made a monstrous sound. The man was frightened. His knees shook with fear. Luojian stood in front of him holding a huge sledgehammer in his hands. He was a muscular guy who looked very formidable. He looked at the newcomer with a disdainful look. The man shifted his formidable gaze to the side and asked in a rough voice, who dared to touch his men? A huge beast, looking like a mixture of boar and lion, stood staring ahead with its blurred eyes. There was blood spatter everywhere. It turned out there had been a terrible fight. The beast roared a wrenching growl, revealing its bloody, toothy maw, which seemed to have a bifurcated tongue. Suddenly, the monster's body was torn apart. Blood splattered in different directions, showering everything around it. In the center stood someone completely covered in blood. He looked up with mad, bloodshot eyes. Who was that? He asked, holding the bloody skull in his hands. Xian walked out of the library. There was already a cluster of people waiting for him. The boy sighed heavily. Finally, the books were done with. There was no way he would ever help his brother with such things again. He'd had enough. Suddenly, he saw this cluster of people and turned his surprised gaze on them. What happened here? Why were there so many people standing here? Did someone die? Xian squeezed through the crowd to see what was going on. People were standing in rows, looking forward. The same muscular man stood in the center and spoke in a loud voice. He asked since Kadi Yun had decided to take a break. Did Cheng Mixiang want to step into his position of being in charge? The man continued to stare at him madly. And he's a quick thinker. Kadi Yun had never been their equal. They just didn't want to waste their time on him. Xian looked at the man next to him and asked, "What's going on here?" The one turned to him and asked, "Did he hear me?" Someone beat up Cheng Mixiang and Luo Jian's men. The boy came forward and said that of course he had heard, for he was the one who had done it. The man asked why he was asking if he knew. "Stop? What?" After these words, everyone moved away from him horrified, so he did it. The boy just stared at them with astonishment. What had gotten into them? A man with a swollen face pointed his finger at him and said he was responsible for everything. Two people approached him and looked down from above with surprised looks. Luo Jian smiled predatorily and asked, "Is this the one who injured his men?" He had heard something about him. "This kid seems to be the one who became the king of rookies this year, right?" The man with long hair smiled. He looked like a snake now, his eyes were red bloodshot. Xian cautioned. He realized that this man was very dangerous. He had the look of someone who had killed before, and more than once. The man said, "Don't let him think he's become king. I'm not too late to beg for mercy. It was heard everywhere. Since he's messed with their boss, he's definitely finished. Even if he's strong, I think he can take them all." Xian smiled. He wasn't afraid of these people at all. They posed no threat to him. Snippets from his past life came to mind. Even if there are a lot of these people, it's not a problem. In his past life, a lot of people had tried to kill him, and their strength was much higher than that of these students. He recalled the moment when he had already confronted countless of his enemies. Even if the whole world stands against him, he will destroy everyone with his sword. No matter how many of them there are, they're all going to die here. The boy was already prepared to attack, and took a fighting stance with his energy concentrated in his hand. But suddenly he was interrupted by the good-natured fat man whom he had helped at the tournament. He stood between them and spread his arms out to the sides. Xian looked at him in surprise. What was he even doing here? Titas said that this guy was his brother, and if they were annoying Xian, that meant they were annoying him as well. There was a wide smile on the guy's face. Xian turned around and looked at him with an angry look. He told the man not to get involved between them. He shouldn't have wasted his time. But the good-natured fat man wasn't going to back down. He said, "Does the boy think he looks like a man who's afraid of trouble? Does he really think he's his friend?" At this time, Luo Jiang fiercely shouted for those two not to get cocky. They still couldn't stand up to them. The man ordered his henchmen to slowly eliminate those two. The snake-like guy opened his red eye and ordered his men to attack. The friends stayed back to back. Well, now they'll fight together. It's even more fun that way. The silent mountains were striking in their majesty and tranquility. At their foothills, trees were growing, creating a cozy grove. In one mountain, there was a deep cave from which someone's voices came. The inside of the cave was cold and wet. Water was constantly dripping from somewhere. The walls were impossibly high. Rare, dim lights illuminated the entire space inside. Inside was a large temple, at the foot of which was a small table where the headmaster sat. Across from him sat to see the headmaster, and asked if the old man was sure that this new student, Xian, could be allowed to participate in the hunt. Doubt could be heard in the man's voice. The old man grinned and said, "Even if not, what can he do? They are putting too much pressure on the academy." The vice director faded his gaze. He said he hadn't expected them to make their own so quickly. Should he warn the boy? The principal shook his head. He shouldn't have done that. It would become part of their test. The director moved the chess piece forward. The vice principal asked, "What did he mean by that?" The chess pieces moved one after another. It was not a bad allegory for what was happening. There would be several candidates in the hunt for the cannonballs. Let them rely on themselves. That way they'll prove their worth. The chess game continued, pieces falling one by one. To the winner goes everything, and to the loser nothing. The old man took on a threatening look and moved his figure forward. Only the strongest will be able to marry Princess Geylan. Yes, it was chess. The old man smiled broadly. The game was over. The vice president didn't know what to say. There were only two pieces on the chessboard. Did the principal take advantage of his distraction and make a few moves? The principal waved his hands and closed the chessboard. Let him just accept defeat. There's no need to go into details. The vice principal asked, "Is he always this strange?" The old man smirked and asked, "By the way, what is this young student doing now?" He heard that he disappeared after the incident. The vice principal smiled and said that after that incident he found a secluded place to cultivate. He's still a hammer, but he's already quite experienced. The old man frowned and said in a serious voice that he felt that in this upcoming competition, this boy would definitely prove himself. Night was already prevailing outside. The dark cave was frightening with its obscurity. No one could have guessed that two people were in it, discussing the future plans of the whole academy. The stone that the guy had recently received as a reward for his victory was glowing in his hands. He absorbed the magical energy from it. The stone seemed to float in the air, obeying the unknown power. Xian sat on a small dais and practiced cultivation hard. A huge amount of magical energy had accumulated around him. Combining his sword law together with the consciousnesses he had acquired in the library, his cultivation speed increased greatly. He struggled to cultivate as much magical energy as possible, his face looking tense. The core of this level 3 monster contains enough holy power to allow it to immediately go from level 8 to level 10. The core of the monsters in his hands shrank, becoming smaller and smaller. He absorbed the energy and transformed it into holy power. Soon the core completely vaporized. The boy had absorbed enough energy. After absorbing the monster core, he would finally be able to form his holy weapon. It's about time, it's about time. He tensed his whole body, trying to concentrate all his power in his hands. He squeezed his eyes shut. His body was already at its limit. Energy swirled around him, transforming into a weapon that created itself in his hands. The guy gritted his teeth. His body was under incredible strain. The weapon required too much holy power. The veins on his face were swollen. The holy power was almost exhausted and still no results. Suddenly there was a clap, the echo of which echoed throughout the cave. A few drops of blood splattered on the floor. The guy coughed still. His body was not yet adapted to this level of exertion, even though he was absorbing energy, but still. He still needed to train. Even though he hadn't been able to fully create a weapon, he was now as close to the saint level as he could get. The silhouette of a sword stuck in the ground stood beside him. He took hold of the ghost sword and plucked it from the ground. Only after uniting the holy weapon with one's soul does one attain such a rank. He wasn't going to stop. Once again, starting to concentrate the power in his body, he wants to become a saint. This he would need a lot of saint power. And the monster core for winning the competition is his chance. Disgruntled, angry cries could be heard in one of the academy buildings. That same man with long hair and eyes like a snake shouted with rage. How could this little guy be his equal opponent? In front of him stood several people dressed in dark robes. The man was simply furious, a terrifying magical aura emanating from him. Even his hair rose into the air. He turned to his servants and told them that they now had a new task. This time, and it would be to deal with all the garbage on the hunt. The men nodded in agreement. They were always used to agreeing with their master. The man stretched in a predatory smile. This time the princess would belong to him alone. No one is worthy of her but himself. His eyes turned white with madness. The day of the hunt was fast approaching, and it was to take place surrounded by high mountains. It formed a large circle in which the main events would unfold. A second later, the portal through which the contestants would pass to the battle site opened. Many people were already crowded in front of it. The protagonist stood with them and looked around. Why hasn't Big Brother come yet? Is he going to miss the competition? Suddenly his gaze locked onto something. Something very familiar. The boy's eyes widened and he took a closer look. It was the same girl he'd seen the other day, and the one he'd grown completely bored with. What is this, she? The boy was surprised and looked at her with his big eyes. He's already had a couple embarrassments with this girl and he doesn't even know her name. That's funny. The girl opened her eyes easily. In this sunlight, she looked incredibly beautiful. Her long white hair lay softly on her shoulders and slid down her back. She had deep blue eyes. She shifted her gentle gaze to the side and squinted a little. Suddenly she saw the main character and he waved at her and tried to greet as kindly as possible. The girl looked at him in surprise. The moment she saw the protagonist, her face contorted into a grimace. She pouted again and turned away. The boy smiled and thought that he should try to explain it to her sometime, because he couldn't go on like this. Suddenly a man emerged from the portal, wearing a brightly colored ceremonial uniform appropriate for the solemn day. It was the vice director. Next to him stood a man fully clothed in a dark black hoodie that completely hid his face. From this angle, it was impossible to tell who it was. In a joyful voice, he announced that the core hunt would begin soon. Before he explained the simple rules, the director started talking. He said that the forest is divided into 3 tiers. The deeper they go, the stronger monsters they will meet. The first tier is the human tier, then the earth tier, and then the heaven tier. The competition would last 3 days. In the end, they needed to bring 5 cores. The director showed his palm. They would be disqualified if they decided to give up or didn't bring enough cores. Suddenly, his face became more stern. And some students who have already managed to break discipline may not expect leniency if they are unable to even pass this test. Lo Jiang smiled. Only 5 monster cores? This was an easy task for him. The vice principal looked at everyone with a stern look. He would not allow any violation of the rules, and he would keep a close eye on every student. The protagonist closed his eyes and squeezed his eyes shut. The vice principal was so grumpy, just like an old grandfather. Also, this man was quite strange. The man raised up his hand in which there was a belt. He said that each student would be given a spatial belt. At the end of the competition, half of the cores would be given to the academy, and the other half would be left to the students. Xian prepared this time. He would need to get as many monster nuclei as possible to become a saint as soon as possible. This is his only and surest chance. The vice principal said that students who failed to reach the saint rank could team up and hunt in the human and earth tier, and those who had advanced to the saint stage could go to the heaven tier. The man made a serious face and said that he would now announce the start of the hunt. Well, he didn't have time to finish as everyone looked up. A balloon appeared out of nowhere. The man sitting there laughed out loud. Great. There were a lot of people there. Everything is going according to plan. He held the placard with his hands and gave everyone a triumphant look. It was the main character's older brother as usual. The man shouted that let everyone look at the new Saint Changguan Hu right now. Xian sighed and screwed up a disgruntled face. It seems his big brother usually has an attention deficit. Something must be done about it or he would continue to embarrass him. And so, as usual, the balloon hit something and a hole was created in it, from which air began to escape. Oh, he was terrified. Oh no, the balloon is out of control. The balloon began to gradually pitch downwards along with the big brother sitting in it. The balloon with rapid speed was moving away high into the sky. The protagonist just silently watched, and then as his older brother once again messed up something. The vice president looked downcast, and everyone else present was in my best mood as well. The man tried to bring everyone to their senses. So, even though the atmosphere had been destroyed with Changguan Hu's help, it was still necessary to continue. He waved his fan and said that the students could now go. The competition had begun. With their heads down, the students walked towards the portal. None of them would have his mood. Everything was ruined. The protagonist scratched the back of his head. Yes, his older brother knows how to seriously ruin the atmosphere. No fighting mood left at all. He went ahead because the competition had already started. He couldn't delay. At this time, the guy with long hair ordered his henchmen to keep an eye on this kid, keeping an eye on him. If the opportunity arises, have them kill him right after entering the forest. Then let them finish off everyone else. No one must survive, for only one must win. Leave no one alive. His came with her, nodded his heads in agreement. The protagonist at this time, unsuspecting, went into the portal. His mood was already ruined by the antics of his brother. The forest held many dangers. Dense thickets made it difficult to pass, and a light mist drifted everywhere. The guy was jumping on the branches with great speed. He needed to find the monster cores as soon as possible, because without it, he wouldn't be able to transform his holy power. The boy stopped on one of the branches and listened. The forest was as quiet as ever, with only the chirping of fairy birds around. The boy looked around. This forest is very big. So many students had come in, but he hadn't seen anyone yet. It turns out that they have spread out to different parts of the forest. Suddenly something caught his attention. The boy became alert. There were strange sounds somewhere downstairs. Sitting on a branch, he shifted his gaze downward. There was someone cowering there, someone very large and horny. He saw 2 big horns. There was a fabulous beast standing below. It looked like a huge bull, but it was all covered with wool and had branchy, long horns on its head. It's a first-class monster. The boy smiled. Well, you can get a first-class core out of this monster. Here comes the first prey. He summoned energy and made the decision to stealthily approach and kill this thing in one blow. It wouldn't be too difficult. The guy had already swung his magic ball to throw at the monster. He was already anticipating victory. But something went wrong. From where it came a shriek. Monster heard it and raised his head fearfully. The bull immediately started running away in the opposite direction with great speed. Did he get away that fast? Well, the prey's right under the guy's nose. The voice seemed vaguely familiar to him. It was Tita. Something's wrong. Why is he shouting like that? Was he in some kind of trouble again? Most likely it was. The boy quickly jumped off the branch and ran towards the sound. His friend was in danger and he couldn't leave it all behind so quickly. A huge rattlesnake wriggled on the ground and entangled its prey with its big, strong body. So it happened. The guy was in trouble. The poor guy was on the verge of death and was swinging his axe in all directions, trying to fight off the huge monster. He was screaming and calling for help, and the snake was staring at its prey with a greedy look. Xian, surprised, looked at it sitting on a branch. Is this a second-class monster? But on the human tier there should only be first-class monsters. What kind of things are these? I was surprised to see it sitting on a branch. Is that a Class 2 monster? But on the human tier there should only be Class 1 monsters. What the hell is this? Xian quickly reacted and flew at Lion and grabbed his friend at the last moment. The monster snapped its teeth and could only grasp a huge tree root. The main character asked, "How did the guy manage to run into a second-class monster?" Tai cried with happiness while clutching his axe. The guy grinned and said that the thing came out of nowhere and tried to eat him. He hit it with his axe, but that only made the huge snake angrier. What was he doing here? They were sitting on a branch and were now in relative safety. The snake was on the ground, looking at its elusive prey. Xian. He had come to help him after all, so the best option right now would be to team up and kill this snake, the fat man said fearfully. It's a second-class monster. Did he think they would succeed? The protagonist didn't seem to care at all. It was a one-off. The two of them would be more than enough. Okay, so what's their plan? The guy grabbed his weapon and prepared to attack. The main character told him to make the snake stop moving. And the rest? Let them come deliver it to him. Tai jumped to the ground. He understood everything. And he was about to make the best of it. He landed on the ground with a great rumble, grouping his body together. Now they would be much easier to defeat. Smiling, he looked the snake straight in the eye, too, and told it to attack. The predator looked at its prey with a baleful stare and hissed, sticking out its split black tongue. The snake opened its mouth and lunged at the boy in an attempt to devour him. It had huge, long, and most likely poisonous fangs in its mouth. Tita grasped his axe and swung it around to strike the snake in the forehead. It did. The blow was so hard that the snake swayed and flew right into the nearest tree. At this time, the protagonist stood and accumulated his magic power to slay the monster with a single blow. After waiting for the opportune moment, the guy concentrated and jumped high up to deliver a crushing blow. He jumped on the unsuspecting snake, and because of all his strength, he hit it right in the head to kill it for sure with one blow. A satisfied smirk stretched across his face. Now he would get a second-class core. That's even better. The impact was so strong that the snake's skeleton cracked. Its bones began to slowly break, and magical energy spread through its body, sizzling it from the inside. Soon only bones were left of the snake. The energy had completely incinerated its body, and now the monster was defeated. Its charred body lay on the earth. Up close, the snake looked even more intimidating. But now this monster posed no danger. Tita was happily digging through her remains, searching for his core. The boy was very happy. Now he could do it. But the protagonist did not let his guard down. The danger was not over yet. Xian suddenly heard something. Something very large was approaching them from the forest. And his friend didn't suspect a thing as another huge, beetle-like creature rushed at him. Xian shouted to warn his friend, but he didn't notice anything. The beast had already opened its mouth to devour the unsuspecting prey. But the boy heard the scream and grabbed his axe and began to repel the attack. He swung his weapon and hit the monster in the head. There was a crunch and the shell split open. The monster's head rolled on the ground. This guy had slain the monster with one punch. That's amazing, Tai wondered. How did his friend manage to have this monster present? The boy smiled and replied that he must have a talent for it. Tai looked at the core he had managed to extract from the monster with pleasure. The protagonist pondered and looked up into the sky. In a past life on the brink of death. Back then, he was able to cover hundreds of miles with his divine sense using his holy weapon. No one could hide from him at that moment. But now, with so much restriction on his strength, the distance. Otherwise, hunting these monsters would be much easier. He kicked the monster's head away with his foot. It was a true abomination. His friend turned to him, holding a cannonball. It was a Class 1 monster. They are in the beginner tier. It is logical that only first-class monsters should be here. Tita smiled and said that this monster python was a second class. They should try to find another one. The boy wondered he really didn't know what this monster had left here. Perhaps someone or something was behind it. At any rate, it wasn't all that simple. The sounds of monsters that were eager to find their prey could be heard in the forest. Suddenly, the thicket next to the boys with themselves. They looked frightenedly in that direction. There was definitely something wrong. There were strange sounds coming from the bushes. The friends were alert and prepared to face another monster. There was danger at every turn in this forest. Suddenly, a huge werewolf jumped out of the nearby bushes. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth and its eyes were red, and it lunged at the friends, wanting to tear them apart. The monster landed just a few meters away from them and started breathing heavily, sniffing everything around it. Tita looked toward the monster with surprise and fear. The monster looked like a large wolf, but stood on 2 legs. Is this monster a Class 1 werewolf? Tita smiled and placed the axe on his shoulder. Well, first class, but as his mother used to say, even cheap bread can be full if you have plenty of it. Xian recalled reading about these creatures. They are called forest werewolves, and they always move in large packs. So if a person comes across one of these, there's only one thing you can be sure of. They're surrounded. There were several of these creatures already perched on the branches of nearby trees, staring greedily at their prey. There were 5 or so of them, breathing heavily and growling from everywhere. Each of them had several hundred sharp teeth in their mouths, and their eyes glowed in the darkness like lights. Xian smirked. Looks like it was past time to hunt werewolves now. I'm going to have a lot more fun. Tita smiled and put his axe on his shoulder and winked at his friend. Yeah, they're going to have fun now. 2 figures in dark hoods stood in the middle of the forest, one of them cursing loudly. Damn it, why is this guy so fast? It was as if he vaporized immediately after entering the forest. If the young Master Pro knows that they lost this guy, it's the end of him. They stood there, not knowing what to do. What? Suddenly, they shifted their gazes upwards. From there, the indistinct silhouette of some creature was already flying towards them. A few meters away from them, a huge monster landed with a rumble. Shards of rock flew in different directions, and the 2 men barely had time to bounce aside. The monster was really huge, its eyes glowing in the dark. What was this even? The people were scared. They had never seen such a monster before. Suddenly, the vice principal burst into the principal's office, slamming the door. He screamed that something was wrong, surrounded by a barrier and cut off from the rest of the world. The old man was reading a book. He looked at his colleague carefully and bulged his eyes in surprise. What happened? This can't be happening, but that was it. The forest was indeed surrounded by an energy barrier that separated it from the rest of the world, preventing anything living from entering it. After the competition started, this barrier appeared around the forest. The vice president said that he tried many ways to pass through it, but he never succeeded. 2 people were standing in front of the entrance to the forest. The old man frowned and said that this barrier was created by the director. No wonder he hasn't been able to disable it. He didn't think even he could do it. The man wondered, was it really put there by the first director? Then why did it suddenly turn on? The man touched the barrier with his hand and waves came from it. The old man thought about it and said he didn't know about it himself. It must have had something to do with the secret research the director was doing at the time. Anyway, the first director died suddenly without telling anyone what kind of research he was doing. The man was terrified, and what should they do now? A lot of students are trapped on the other side of the barrier. What if something happens? The old man said that all they have to do is believe in them. They are the pride of their academy. He will try to break that barrier. If he fails during the day, he will have to use his full power. Until then, all they have to do is pray for their students. The old man transformed, gathering a lot of energy. He applied dissipation. A magic circle of symbols appeared behind his back. The earth beneath him sagged, and the air around him began to electrify. The deputy director stood in front of the portal and looked forward into the bottomless abyss. The man's face was worried. He really hoped they would be okay. The director tried his best to break the barrier. He used all his strength, but even that was sometimes not enough. The werewolves roared, grinning their toothy maws. They prepared to attack the defenseless victims. The friends were completely surrounded by these creatures, and there were also some strange beetles. The boys prepared to fight back. Now they had to go through this ordeal together. Taita smiled and suggested a competition to his friend. They'll split up and see who can kill more of these werewolves. The protagonist in agreement. They started fighting. The guys started fighting. Not one of them retreated to each other all Lee. The werewolves were flying in different directions, struck down by a single blow from the protagonist. Tai smiled and prepared to chop up the monsters. It was nothing more than simple entertainment for him. The boy was incredibly strong and sturdy, swinging his axe at the werewolves one by one. The monsters whimpered and bounced around, but they couldn't get away from the boy's axe. Xianxiang didn't even fight at half strength. He swung his sword, chopping the monsters like a plant. With each passing second, the werewolves became fewer and fewer. The last one left. He trembled with fear because he knew he couldn't stand alone. The monster ducked, unable to remember himself from fear. There was no trace of the werewolf's former power and strength. The protagonist smirked. Not what, running away already? That wouldn't do. Tiita swung his axe because of shouting that they couldn't escape. The protagonist wondered, where did this kid get so much anger from? He used to be so good-natured. The poor werewolf looked up one last time and looked at the guy flying at him, who had already swung his huge axe. At that moment, the poor animal realized he had nowhere to run. Soon the werewolves were finished. Tita was breathing heavily, resting his axe on his shoulder. He turned to his friend and said they made a great team. Just how many werewolves did they kill? Xian scrutinized the battlefield carefully. It seemed to him that there was something wrong with these werewolves. The main character started to remember something. The book he was reading said that forest werewolves were low-ranked Class 1 monsters, but these werewolves were clearly high-ranked monsters. His friend was surprised, really. He hadn't even noticed. The corpse of one of the monsters was lying on the ground bleeding. The guy went on. Plus, they've got human blood on them. The stains are fresh, which means before it was put on them, these things attacked other students, which means there must be other people nearby who were attacked by the monsters. The guys quickly jumped up and rushed to find the rest of the students, probably suffering a pitiful fate. Soon they found several disheveled bodies. Where lying in blood, they were definitely students. Their clothes testified to that. From the looks of it, these poor people had been torn apart by werewolves. Tai didn't know what to say. The guy was terrified. Are they all dead? How could they be? His friend started to say, the Want and the werewolves were stronger than usual, but they couldn't kill so many newcomers. The fat man turned to his friend and asked how could he be so calm? Are they really the same age? There are too many unusual things in this forest. Xian watched the bloody picture with horror. Suddenly he saw that one of the students was still alive. One of the students, a girl about his age, was lying on the ground, barely breathing. Soon they built a fire to keep warm. Night was falling and they needed to find a place to sleep. The poor girl was sitting leaning against a tree trunk, breathing heavily. She was still unconscious, but the boys dressed her wounds and made her comfortable. A little time passed and she began to slowly open her eyes. Her body was still very exhausted, but the fact that she was awake was an achievement. Tai noticed this and waved happily at the girl. She was finally awake. The girl waved her head, trying to regain consciousness. There was a grimace of horror on her face. You could see that the girl was still very frightened. Where is she? The last thing she remembers is being attacked by werewolves. And after that? Her voice was confused and her hands were shaking with fear. Exactly. And the companions, what happened to them? Too surprisingly calm, the protagonist said. And the comrades are all dead. The girl looked in his direction with horror. She refused to believe it. It just couldn't be. And her voice would have broken into a wail. She waved her head in different directions. But wait, where the werewolf must still be around somewhere. They need to hide. The girl wrapped herself in her dress and fearfully started looking around. Tai smiled and said she had nothing to worry about. They had already dealt with them. The meat was just finished roasting. Would she like to try it? He presented her with an axe that had 2 appetizing pieces of meat on it. So, this is werewolf meat. The girl got to her feet and looked in their direction in surprise. This is nonsense. There was a whole pack of werewolves and they're saying that the 2 of them could handle them. She still couldn't believe it. Taita put on his werewolf skin and said with a smile, "You can't tell, but they're a great team." The girl looked at them with frightened eyes. Now she didn't know who she was more afraid of, the werewolves or these two guys. They continued to sit and warm themselves by the fire, when suddenly a howl came from the forest. The girl was frightened and trembled even more. She hid behind the fat man's back and said what sounded like "You're a werewolf." She freaked out even more. The main character told her to let her finish first, and then they would go and see. The girl was surprised and looked at him. Does he really want to go there alone? The werewolf must be most likely very strong. Ty smiled and said it would be fun. Does she want to join them? The stranger wrapped herself in her dress, and to the guys said that she would like to get out of here quickly. The boys looked at her and said that she should be very careful in that case. She walked quickly towards the forest, and it was very scary. But still, she needed to move forward. As she said goodbye, she turned around and thanked the guys for saving her. Then, with a quick stride, she headed away. The boys stayed around the fire, roasting the meat of the werewolves they'd just killed. Ty smiled and looked at his friend in incomprehension. He asked he was the one who scared her away. The protagonist looked away and said that this girl was very strange. Soon they finished their meal and moved on. Fatty asked his friend, "But isn't it normal for girls to be shy at that age? What's wrong with that?" The protagonist replied that it's just a premonition. It's best to forget it. Gotta go and keep hunting monsters. A huge monster with 2 fangs was hunting in a forest thicket. It was breaking trees, ripping them out by the roots. One of the level 1 monsters was running away from it headlong. It was the same bull that the protagonist had seen earlier. The trees were breaking, and a terrible cracking sound was heard everywhere. It's a fire cloud beast, a Class 2 monster. The book said that its attacks were weak, but its defense was very strong. The guy looked surprised at the scene going on. The book said that this monster's attacks were weak, but its defense was very strong, and it couldn't be broken through so easily. His friend looked at him from the side and said that the guy knew a lot. A satisfied smile stayed on the boy's face. The protagonist replied that he just reads a lot of books in his free time. Now gotta focus, can't let this beast get far. His friend nodded in agreement. After a few seconds, they had already rushed to attack the monster. It was difficult, but they had to break through the monster's tough carapace before they could reach its core. Ty lowered his axe, but it clattered against the monster's carapace and bounced to the side. The blade was unable to cut through the tough armor of the creature. Even the energy sword was powerless, and they call it very strong. You can't break through it, even if you pound on it all night. The blows didn't even leave a scratch. They sat on the back of the huge monster and tried to pierce its shell, but they were unsuccessful. The creature noticed the 2 pesky humans at its back, and its eyes filled with blood. The monster tried to throw them off and roared with all his might. He started kicking, trying to throw his friends off his back. Xian barely able to stay on his feet, damn. Looks like they pissed him off. Now they should leave. The creature opened its mouth and a bright light appeared. It looked like it was preparing another energy attack. After a few seconds, the monster spewed a beam of bright light from its mouth, which began to sizzle everything around it. The boys had to be very careful. If they were hit by this attack, they would be finished. Teda, just in time, a beam of flame flew near him only a few meters away. Xian asked, "Is he all right?" He tried to fight off the creature's attack himself. Ty was fine, except for the fact that he was now completely bald. He ducked, but his hair didn't seem to have made it. The boy noticed this and almost cried. "Where's his hair?" But after a second, he was overcome with rage. How dare that thing make him bald? He's only 16. Now the monster would definitely regret it. The boy swung his axe at it and ran straight into a frontal attack. The beast roared, displaying its huge fangs. But that didn't seem to be an obstacle for him. He jumped up and swung his axe with all his might. After a few seconds, the guy let go of the axe right on the monster's head. There was a ringing sound. Its paw dropped its blade right on the monster's head. The monster grinned, and the sword took on a blue color due to the energy overflowing from it. Although the armor was strong, it forbade it to attack like that. The guy was struggling to hold the huge paw of the monster, which the monster wanted to crush him. The earth sagged beneath him, but the boy stood strong as flint. Xian Tut immediately rushed to help his friend. He was jumping on the branches and trying to catch the best moment to attack. At this point, someone was already watching them and chuckling snidely from the sidelines. That's hilarious. 2 brave rookies took it upon themselves to kill a Class 2 monster. They had no idea what they were dealing with. The man stood, or rather floated in the air. He was watching everything that was going on, and was enjoying it almost physically. Well, should they show mercy and save the pathetic lives? The protagonist sensed that someone was following them. Brother, both sides seem to have enough power. Why don't they watch them beat each other to a pulp? In the meantime, they'll just relax and reap the rewards when it's over. There were 3 people sitting on a tree branch. They watched with smiles but did not interfere. The oldest of them told those to listen to words of wisdom from their elders. There is a proverb that goes like this: the mantis chases the cicada, while the Volga sneaks behind. Life is unfair, but they have only to accept it. Xianxian heard all of this perfectly, and slowly boiled with anger. He was annoyed by these 3 who were only laughing at them from afar. He turned to his friend and said it was time for them to show their arrogant elders what they were made of. Tai Ta, from his last strength, he tried to hold on to the monster's paw. He shouted that he didn't recall such freaks among his elders. The guy was giving it his best. He was holding back the blow of such a strong monster, even though he was on his last breath, but he still didn't plan to give up. He panted. The monster had left him no choice. Now it was time to use all his strength. Suddenly, Monster felt his feet lifted off the ground. He bulged his white eyes and breathed heavily. At this point, the guy caught him and threw him over himself, holding only one of his fingers. A few seconds later, the huge monster fell to the ground with a monstrous rumble, and rocks began to fly up around it. The monster had both of his fangs broken. He was lying on the ground and breathing heavily, but it wasn't over yet. He wasn't dead yet. Tai Ta lying on the ground like a starfish. He was breathing heavily, for this was his limit. He couldn't even feel his legs. The boy had given his best, but it still wasn't enough. The monster roared and immediately lunged at the completely defenseless kid, opening its wide, monstrous maw. The poor boy was lying on the ground, unable to move. Xian summoned his magic sword and grasped its hilt tightly. Now it was his turn to save his friend's life. He couldn't just leave it like this. He gathered all his will and strength into a fist and rushed towards the terrible monster, which was already a few centimeters away from the poor fat man, who suspected nothing and had already resigned himself to his death. The monster's jaws clicked, but suddenly something changed. Something incomprehensible flew in front of him. A second later, a monstrously powerful explosion erupted, throwing the monster some distance away. Xian flew straight at him, flames erupting behind him as if he had jet engines in his legs. After a few seconds, he was already at the monster's eye, looking at him with his white eyes and unable to do anything. The boy's speed was too great. After a few seconds, he stuck his small blade directly into the beast's eye. The fire cloud beast's body is completely covered with unbreakable fur, but its eyes are unprotected. The boy had no choice but to use his sword technique, heaven-splitting strike. The monster's head split in 2 from being hit so hard. An energy wave erupted from there. Its skull crunched and broke into 2 pieces. After a few seconds, the monster was defeated. It lay some distance away where a few trees had flown off. The people who were sitting in the trees at that time opened their mouths in amazement. What do you mean? What kind of power does this guy have? No one understood anything. Xian Buto Ghost was sitting in a nearby tree. From somewhere, his voice was heard. The guy mockingly said that earlier, this person was talking about some bullshit analogy in life. The stranger was scared to death. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the protagonist was sitting. Xian blurted out a smile and asked his hash-redo about who is Mantis here and who is Volga. Now they would see how the arrangement of forces had changed. Xian on the high ground and looked at the defeated body of the monster. He slew it with a single blow, and the frightened people were sitting below. The very guy who had been watching them all this time knelt down and dumped all the cannonballs they had managed to get in front of him. He was incredibly scared, and asked him to accept them as a sign of apology for his earlier words. TT picked up one core and started looking at it. All right, we can let them go this time. The stranger cried with happiness and started thanking them heartily. If everything worked out so well, then his brothers would go too. He was about to run away when suddenly he heard the stern voice of the main character behind him. Turning to him, he asked, "Did the gentleman want to discuss anything else with them?" They were incredibly scared and really wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Xian pensively looked up. Since they are elders, it's let them answer one question of his. The boy looked up at the dome that enveloped the entire expanse of the forest. He wondered if they had encountered something like this in past competitions. One of the brothers hesitated and said that he had never seen anything like this before. The second brother replied the same way. He too is seeing it for the first time in his life. It seems to be very much like a dome. Xian continued to look up thoughtfully. So this really hadn't happened before. Could the headmaster be behind this? This was the question that worried him the most right now. However, he had one strong feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed at first glance. He needed to find out more about this incident. Find out what was wrong. At that time, those same brothers rushed the duck. We got to get out of here. Before he sees them. Ta-ta to the runaway people, what a bunch of scum. They say they're so tough, but in reality they just run away. The guy looked up and asked the protagonist what this strange dome was. He had never seen it before. He continued to look up with a thoughtful gaze and said, "Judging by everything they've seen before, you should prepare for the worst. It's not going to be easy. Maybe he's overthinking it. But since there was no announcement that the hunt was over, it must be all right, and the competition was going smoothly." The boy sat on the rock, immersed in his thoughts. But there was no point in worrying about it. They should collect as many nukes as possible. His friend didn't lose his fighting spirit. The dome vibrated the entire space of the forest. They would return to the matter later, but for now, we must concern ourselves with finding as many cores as possible. Several snakes covered in scales crawled into a large cave. They hissed and stared ahead with red eyes. But as soon as the snakes approached the cave, their heads were immediately cut off in a moment. The girl stood in front of them, swinging her sword. When did these monsters in this forest become so strong? It was kind of unusual. A group of people stood nearby, sighing heavily. If they weren't with them, they wouldn't live to see the dawn. These monsters were left too strong. They wouldn't be able to continue hunting. Someone said that he, too, wanted to get out of there quickly. The girl turned to them and in a serious voice began to speak. Now they should listen to her carefully. There's no need to panic so much. The academy would not sit idly by once it realized what was happening. Sheathan looked at the corpses of the slain monsters. All they have to do is hold out here until help arrives. Then they can all survive. And her voice sounded confident. All agreed, yes, they need to survive. They can't give up. They're just a bunch of worms. One of the guys was overflowing with determination. He's going to tear them all apart. The girl readied her sword and looked at the others. Then they should fight together. The serpents looked at them with their burning eyes, and their hissing seemed to sound like human speech. The huge beast looked at its prey with red burning eyes. It seemed as if someone was ordering it to kill these people. Someone was definitely directing the whole thing. The girl rushed at them, followed by the others. They chopped the damned monsters one by one. The smell of blood lingered in the air. Finished, she looked at the monster, which was to be expected from a second class. They are much stronger than the first-class monsters. In order to fight them, one would have to put in even more effort. She stood on a small dais and watched the monster's huge body wriggle somewhere below. The snake rose up and hissed the girl. The girl stood right in front of the monster, holding her sword tightly in her hands. The monster prepared to attack, a split tongue moving in its mouth. The serpent quickly crawled towards the girl, ripping Xena into its huge maw. The monster was really huge. It needed several people to deal with it. Besides, it had magical properties. The girl gritted her teeth, damn. At this rate, she didn't think all these people would last long here. The monster was too strong for them. The monster clutched its rings, shattering the rocks. The poor thing didn't know where to go. The monster was of incredible size, and her whole body was covered with an impenetrable shell. The girl fought her almost single-handedly. She was jumping back in different directions, trying to dodge her attacks. She realized she didn't have much strength left, and the monster wasn't thinking of giving up. She jumped up to dodge the monster's next attack, but that was her fatal mistake. The snake opened its jaws to finally grab the annoying victim. The girl covered herself with her arms as best she could and used her strongest spell to fend off the monster's attack. But still, it was useless. At that moment, she realized that she was finished. The monster was too strong and she couldn't handle it. But then the voice of the protagonist came from somewhere. He gathered all his strength and used his Azulet sword spell. It was the heaven-splitting blow. It came down with all its might on the monster's head, and the snake fell to the ground with a crash. The girl didn't understand what was happening. She looked in surprise in the direction from where they had gotten the unexpected help. She didn't expect that someone would be able to save them in such a desperate situation. A dark silhouette loomed over the lifeless body of the defeated monster. She couldn't see, much less understand who it was. A familiar voice sounded. The boy said it sounded like he was just in time. It was the main character. He crossed his arms on his chest, stood, and looked at the frightened girl. He said hello to the little one, and Riley asked her how she was, that he had saved her life this time too. The girl couldn't say a word out of surprise. She only stammered and asked, "Where did the boy come from?" Suddenly, Taita appeared out of nowhere, swinging his huge axe in different directions. He was ready to fight. Killing this monster with a single blow was now a matter of honor. The boy swung around and hit the snake with his axe as hard as he could, so hard that it flew high into the sky. Now it was a flying dragon. The guy smiled in embarrassment. Oops, looks like he sent that monster flying. Now he'll never see the core again. They looked at each other while those wriggling worms continued to crawl around them. Xian looked at the girl obliquely and said that this was not the time for enmity. They came to help them, so why are they treating them as enemies? People started to look at each other. Someone in the crowd recognized the main character and said that he was the champion of the rookie tournament. And also, next to him was that third-place winner. They're saved. The girl looked at the protagonist with surprise and seemed to understand everything. So he was that famous Xian Tian who had won first place, the one who won the rookie tournament? The girl blushed a little red with embarrassment. Xian at this time just stood there and enjoyed the enthusiastic cheers. He looked at the girl and asked, "What happened? At what? Did you swallow your tongue? Speech?" "Yeah, how about that?" Let him hope. The girl smiled. Since that was the case, that was great news. Then she's putting him in charge of saving these people too, since he's such a hero. Her body can't take the strain anymore. A small trickle of blood came out of the girl's mouth. Suddenly she started to fall to the ground. No wonder. Since her body had been subjected to such a monstrous overload, now she should at least get some rest. Xian saw this and immediately rushed to her aid. "What's wrong with her?" The girl was lying on the floor unconscious. "It looks like she lost consciousness." The guy picked her up in his arms. "This is bad." The girl barely breathed and closed her eyes. Her pulse is extremely weak and she also has a lot of internal injuries. How did this girl survive this long? She's really strong. Her pulse is extremely weak and she also has a lot of internal injuries. How did this girl survive this long? She's really strong. The boy looked at the exhausted body of the girl who lay in his arms. She had saved everyone here, and had single-handedly cleared the cave passage of monsters. She had continued to fight despite her condition. If she wanted to, she could have left them to be eaten and walked away. But she insisted that they stay and not give up until the very end. The protagonist thought about it. He even felt ashamed of his behavior for a second. It turns out that this girl is quite kind and resilient. He had misjudged her. Xianxiang told his partner to take the others to the safe place, and he would stay here and cover the rear. His friend A just hummed to himself. He said he wouldn't go anywhere without him. He swore that he would never leave his fellows behind. The protagonist smiled. He had a very good comrade after all. Then the rest of us can only count on these two guys. It's settled, they'll help them retreat together. Now get them out of here and take that girl with them. Get her to a safe place and get her treated as soon as possible. The others did so, but the two friends stayed behind and now they had to fight these monsters. The hero said that he should warn his friend that these monsters were far from being so weak. But now it was too late to back up. His friend grinned. Let him not make him laugh. If he's so scared that he's standing, then so be it, he'll help him. The guys rushed right into the thick of things, right towards these monsters who were looking at them with predatory gazes. One by one, the snakes fell to the ground, shattered by the mighty blows. Their shells could not withstand such power. Tita Mahal with his axe, chopping up the monster one by one. It turned out to be no problem for him. This guy really loved a good battle. The last huge serpent remained. It looked at the boys with a blazing gaze, sticking out its split tongue. It appeared to be the most important of the snakes, with sharp fangs in its mouth and white film over its eyes. The guys stood. The main character said he should warn his friend to be careful here. The snake towered above them. It was Kuda, bigger than all the others. This second-class monster was strong enough to be considered third-class. Tai gritted his teeth and told his friend to leave him and run away. It's better if only one of them dies. Well, the protagonist didn't think he'd back down. Did he tell him not to joke around like that? Or does he really think he's going to run away and leave his friend to die like that? There's no such thing. A long, sharp sword composed entirely of magical energy appeared in his hand. The protagonist has already fought many of these monsters, and now feels that he is close to breaking through to the next level. He can't miss this chance. The kid smiled. As they say, the best way to get stronger is to be on the edge of death all the time. Tai-Ta looked at his friend with an admiring look. He didn't expect such fortitude from this kid. Xian held his long sword that had already almost formed. No matter if they died or survived, there was no chance for them to retreat. Once again, he would entrust his life to this sword. The protagonist looked at the gleaming blade of his weapon, and it reflected his determined face. The guy swung his sword, and at a tremendous speed, he began to run straight into the monster's face. At this moment, he had no fear or doubt, only an endless desire to slay the creature. The beast hissed and began to wag its split tongue. Its eyes reflected death itself, seeing only prey to be devoured. The snakes began to wriggle and headed straight for the guy, who ran right into their mouths. They opened their mouths and stared at their prey with fierce eyes. Snakes, from their mouths, split tongues. They were monstrous creatures that were many times stronger than ordinary students. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle these monsters. But this was not about the protagonist. He bravely rushed towards them and began to cut with his sword. There was a scraping of metal. The bodies of the monster scattered. Suddenly, the boy felt an incredible power in his hands. He was incredibly close to going to the next level. His strength increased so much that he was able to chop the monster's body in half with a single blow. A few seconds passed, and his friend was already standing in front of the monster's shredded body. He didn't even have time to say anything before the snake's head fell to the ground. He opened his mouth in surprise. This was simply unbelievable. His friend was simply unbelievably strong. In his past life, the protagonist was known as the fastest swordsman in the world. So he can't dishonor that title. He must prove to the world how strong he is. The monster's bodies were scattered in different directions. Blood was pouring in just an endless stream. The protagonist was moving at such an incredible speed that it was impossible to keep track of his movements. One of the snakes began to breathe fire. It was accumulating magical energy like a dragon to finally spew flames from its mouth. As it happened, the snake opened its huge mouth and began to breathe fire. The fire spread farther and farther, burning everything in its path. But the main character, as if not noticing it, jumped up and swung his huge sword trying to kill the monster. He already realized that victory was in his pocket. He used the Azulet sword technique, strengthening the blade of the weapon to incredible limits. He landed right on the monster's head, and there was a crunch of armor breaking. The guy did it, slicing the monster in half with a single blow. Blood spurted, and the monster roared, letting out one last wheeze. The battle was over. The protagonist stood there, breathing heavily. He had defeated the monster, but there was less and less strength left in his body. Because of this battle, he had used up all of his holy power. And now, his body was getting weaker by the second. His eyes slowly began to close, his consciousness leaving his inflamed head. After a few seconds, the guy fell to the ground exhausted. His friend noticed this and rushed to his aid. Tai-Ta picked him up in his arms and began to squeeze him. The boy's mouth even bled from such a thing. The boy cried and ordered his friend not to die. Xian tried to shout to him and told him that he would just crush him now. In the end, they managed to get a mountain of magic nuclei. Those snakes were incredibly rich in loot. Now they had an inexhaustible supply. Tai-Ta sat up and threw rocks in different directions with joy. He laughed loudly. They were extremely lucky. I'll ever be able to meet and defeat so many monsters. This is a complete success. Xian looked at him and smiled. Suddenly something flew over their heads with great speed. They looked up, trying to see what was happening. Suddenly, a few meters away from them, someone fell, dust flying in different directions. The protagonist seemed to guess who it might be. It was like this. It was his older brother. He was lying on the cracked ground and almost lost to knowledge. Bugger. He had been beaten again. Xian blurted out his eyes in surprise. Big brother? What is he doing here? From far away, a formidable voice could be heard. Someone was calling for his older brother. He seemed to be in trouble again. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Soon Luo Jian and his henchmen came out of the forest. They laughed and said that no one had taken the magic cores yet. Apparently a bunch of idiots had killed all those monsters and then left all the catch here. What luck. The man looked at the main characters and contemptuously asked, "Are they a bunch of those idiots?" A predatory smile stretched across his face. What luck. They really do say that good things come in pairs. Not only will he be able to deal with the two brothers, he'll also be able to take all those monster cores. Xian looked at them and asked his friend to watch his big brother for him. Hu was horrified. Is his little brother really going to fight them? Let him not be so impulsive. This is a mid-level saint after all. The protagonist was no longer listening to him. He began to gather holy power in his hand to materialize the sword. So they want to get rid of them? Soon a huge sword appeared in his hands. Does he really think he can handle it? Is it strong enough? He stood there and looked at his opponent with a contemptuous look. Hu looked at his little brother with astonishment. Had he already reached the saint level? The boy couldn't believe it. After all, so recently his older brother was so weak. Xian tightly grasped his dreams and began to concentrate the holy power in him. Hu asked Ti-Ta, when was it that the fourth brother had time to become a saint? How did it happen? The guy raised a finger upwards and cheerfully said that it actually didn't happen that long ago. Xian continued to accumulate his power in his sword. He wasn't paying attention to anyone right now. There was only something he had to do right here and right now. Get even for all his wrongs. But instead of appearing, the magical energy suddenly began to dry up. It was literally disappearing before my eyes, and at school it was completely gone. Xian looked at his hand, which only had a little bit of saint force left in it. It was flowing through his fingers like water. The transitional level saint had depleted it greatly, so much so that even I had saint power left to materialize the weapon. Luo might not have been killed by the magic weapon, but now he was on the verge of not dying of laughter. The man was laughing until he lost his pulse, so this whole show-off was just a bluff. And he was beginning to think he was some kind of unimaginable genius. His accomplices were laughing too. No one even believed that the guy would be so weak. Well, if that's the case, it will be very easy to finish him off. The man began to form a sphere of magical energy in his hands, and looked at the protagonist with a predatory look. Now he was going to show him what a real magic weapon looked like. After a few seconds, there was a huge sword stuck in the ground beside him. He had a lot of holy power, so he could easily materialize any weapon. Who knew it was bad? Damn it, why did he even get involved in this? He's out of his depth. His brother told them to run away, and he's going to try to hold them off. But suddenly someone's soft, chubby hand rested on his shoulder. It was Ti-Ta, who smiled and told his brother not to worry and just trust Xian. The protagonist turned to him and smiled a wide, sarcastic smile. He told his brother not to worry. He would beat the crap out of this asshole without the help of the holy weapon. He just didn't need it. Under his feet was a pointy stick like a spear. What's not a weapon? For a real fighter, it doesn't matter what kind of weapon, it's the skill that counts. He tossed it with his foot and caught it deftly. Now he's gonna show everyone what he's worth. He doesn't need a holy weapon to fight these freaks. Everyone here was greatly surprised. Is that really enough? Isn't that Ti-Ta's axe handle? It must have been. The protagonist smiled and said that it was enough for him to fight. Luo looked at the main character and squinted his eyes. This kid dares to look down on him? It was humiliating. It was not to be tolerated. The man grasped his sword and thrust it forward and ran straight at the protagonist. But now he will say goodbye to his life for such unimaginable disrespect. Is he an idiot? Does he think he'll stand up to him with that stick? But the guy seemed to be standing there. And he wasn't embarrassed at all, it was just a matter of time for him. The older brother was shaking with terror. He shouted to his younger brother to be careful. Luojian's Saint Force has an incredible attribute that allows him to move with great speed. But his opponent shouted that, boys, it's no use anymore. He started moving with some amazing speed, bouncing off the walls like a beam of light. It was impossible for human eyes to catch it. And they didn't look in different directions. All they saw were bright flashes of light. Everyone was alert, gripping their weapons. This was simply unbelievable speed. This man was recognized as the fastest among all the students. Those who went up against him were forced to surrender by his speed alone. Xian smiled and thought for a moment. Too fast, huh? What if he says he can predict the future? Who does he think would win then? The older brother looked at him with rounded eyes. What was he going to predict? Can he predict the future? Xian squinted his eyes and poked his finger at one of the areas. According to his prediction, first, he would perform a stabbing lunge, then a horizontal chopping strike, and lastly, a vertical slash. But he would still win with that stick. His brother and his friend looked at him in surprise and disbelief, and they seemed to have doubts. What? Is he serious? It sounded incredibly absurd. That's right. Their lives are at stake right now. This is no time for jokes. Xiang, tired of explaining all this, he said, just observe. The guy jumped up and extended his long stick to strike. One of the light beams was human-shaped, so it was possible to anticipate where the opponent was now. The speed was tremendous, and in the blink of an eye, the man was already behind the protagonist. He laughed and thrust his sword forward. He's going to stab him through. But then something strange happened. Xian easily dodged the blow and the sword slammed into the ground with a clatter. It was unbelievable. It was as if he had read his mind. He knew ahead of time what was about to happen. His friends watched him in amazement. Indeed, he had made a stabbing lunge. It was just like the guy said. Xian smiled. His plan had worked. Now the only thing left to do was to wait for the opportune moment and then attack. He smiled and said, "Now it will be horizontal." As it happened, his opponent swung his sword, trying to cut off his head, but the kid saw it coming and smiled deftly. The blade of the sword flew right over his head and did him no harm. The boys stood back and watched in amazement. He was right. He could predict the future. But Big Brother still didn't believe it. How could Xian take one look and realize his fighting style? It's some kind of magic. Luo Jian was acting exactly according to plan at this time. He swung upwards to deliver a large vertical chopping blow. The man shouted and put so much strength into the strike that it seemed like he was about to chop the earth itself. That's basically what happened. The protagonist jumped back in time and the heavy blade came down to the ground and the man was completely open to the blow. Now it was safe to strike. And lastly, he had to make a vertical cut. His friends were already used to the guy predicting the future and just watched it. And they were bored. He predicted again. His older brother said his little brother can't surprise him with anything anymore. Xian Yu had been waiting for the moment and now she had become the time for his wand. Now everything will be solved in an instant. Everything was going perfectly according to plan, just one final touch. The moment his opponent hesitated, the protagonist seized the moment and stabbed a sharp stick through his chest. A man, but it was a foregone conclusion. His opponent couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be possible? It's unthinkable. A man's agility was far beyond that kid's. How was he able to dodge all of his attacks? The kid approached him from the back and stuck the stick even deeper into him. Ti-Ta laughed. His friend was very happy for him. His brother smirked and said that he knew all his moves from the beginning. Luo Jing coughed up blood and asked the protagonist, "Can he really see the future?" The boy smiled and said that it was a lie. In fact, he had just fallen into his trap. There was actually nothing complicated about it. He was purposely making it look like he was open to provoke it. Therefore, it could be said that he had indeed predicted everything. The man held his chest. Tai said he didn't understand any of it, but his friend surprised him a lot. His brother said it all sounded even weirder than predicting the future. Luo squinted with fear and shame at himself. He remembered a moment from his childhood when his father was teaching him. He told the little boy to listen to him carefully. He still wasn't experienced enough in martial arts, and if he ever got to fight an experienced master, he would be able to predict his every move. He would even be able to direct his attacks against him. Now, those words have taken on a new meaning, but the man still didn't understand one thing. How could this little boy be more experienced than him? He stood there, looking at the boy spitefully. He was only a few years younger than he was. For a second, his eyes went wide with fear. He didn't understand what was going on. Who was this guy anyway? Why did he know so much? What kind of monster sits inside this little boy? At that moment, the protagonist snapped his fingers. I took everyone in with a triumphant look. Everything had gone exactly according to his plan, and now he was basking in the glory. There were a few lights glowing at the bottom. It was the magical energy coming from the main characters. An unknown creature that looked like a blob of red energy was watching them from above. Suddenly, a smile stretched out on that glob and two eyes appeared. The monster chuckled. This was simply an excellent prey. All his friends were happy for the protagonist. He had not only disarmed his opponent, but was even stronger than him. The older brother laughed, and he was proud. This was another small victory for him. His brother rejoiced a lot because Luo had recognized his little brother's strength, and from now on he was the new boss of the academy, and now they would follow his orders. Now these people will definitely not be annoying. He smiled and said that his rival had already paid enough for his stupidity, so he should be forgiven. At that moment, he looked even more mature in the eyes of his friends, who looked at him with pride. His little brother's words are so fair and magnanimous. He is sure that in the future, his brother will definitely remain the most respected person in the entire continent. His friend is confirmed. The name of the protagonist will spread everywhere and be known to every person. But the protagonist didn't seem to care at all. He looked up thoughtfully. He was more concerned with why they hadn't met anyone yet. After all, it had been quite some time since they had entered the Earth tier. So why aren't there any monsters here? Indeed, surprisingly, this tier was completely empty. There were no people or monsters. Hu also thought about it until his brother mentioned it. No one would have thought of it. Last time he had participated in the competition, this tier was teeming with dangers and various monsters. They were ready to tear the contestants apart at any moment. And now it was empty. Suddenly, a strange sound cut through the forest. Someone or something was approaching him rapidly. Cutting through the thick of the forest, a few meters away from our heroes, something landed in the bushes with a loud sound. Everyone turned there in surprise. What could it be? Is it some kind of monster? Tita grabbed his friend's hand and led him to the nearest bush. There was something glowing a strange red color. At this time, his older brother was wondering what it was all about. But he had no idea that behind his back there was a terrible black figure looking at him with its saucer-like eyes. And then a hand came over his mouth and clamped it shut. The man didn't expect it, and his eyes widened in horror. He didn't even have time to say anything. It was a girl. She was holding his head and pulling him behind her into the bushes. She had a predatory smile on her face. What was she up to? It seemed that this girl was vaguely familiar. Hu wanted to call for help, but his people were closed and only a stifled cry escaped. He stretched out his hands to his friends, but they did not hear him. Xian noticed a strange sound, so I went back to see what was going on. It was night outside, and danger could be at every turn. Xian looked over with his friend and asked fearfully, "Where is his older brother?" The boy wondered. He had just been standing there, and now he was gone. Suddenly, Hu emerged from the bushes and waved to them in a friendly manner. He apologized for scaring them. He just tripped and fell into the bushes. But something was wrong. He looked strange. Tita shouted, "That brother is so clumsy." The guy laughed. He was very happy to see his friend. Xian didn't share all in general joy. Apparently he noticed some oddity and squinted into his eyes, observed his older brother. Xian realized that something was wrong, but it was too early to act. He said that in that case, if everyone was alive and well, they should continue killing the monsters on this tier. Everyone smiled and agreed. The friends moved on. They continued onward, but something had changed. Something was different about the older brother. He wasn't acting like his usual self anymore, or just trying very hard to imitate. Suddenly, the older brother's mouth stretched into a wide smile. Yes, indeed, he liked to smile, but something was wrong now. Books were scattered on the ground. There were pieces of paper with hieroglyphics flying everywhere. Someone was looking for something diligently, scattering the books on the ground. Finally, the needed book was found lying on the table, open to read. The vice principal stood in front of the table and diligently read the assigned book. The first headmaster had sealed a Class 4 monster deep in the forest. It could become completely invisible, which went against all earthly rules. His lips slowly whispered terrifying words. Suddenly, the vice director's face transformed. Terror flashed across it. There was one more item that made his body tremble. This monster could easily take over a person's body completely. This made it incredibly dangerous because it could disguise itself as anyone. Now the students were in terrible danger. Hu was sitting by the fire, warming himself with everyone else. No one even suspected that now in his body hides an unknown and very dangerous entity that could destroy them all. Suddenly, a heavy sigh was heard. It was a magical starting owl monster class. It flew straight at them, spreading its claws in different directions. The boy looked at the owl, and then another plan was born in his head. He called the owl little brother without anyone noticing. Suddenly, something changed in the monster's gaze. He became more frightened. The creature's eyes widened and some incomprehensible blot appeared in them. The owl's eyes lit up with red fire, and it began to roost in different directions, as if it was confused by something. After circling above the main characters for a while, she flew away. She flew high into the sky, leaving her friends alone. Hu was now completely under the control of the creature that had taken over his body. He clenched his fingers and looked at his younger brother with a maddened look. He seemed to have heard those words for the first time, and now he was repeating only one thing. Little brother. Xian sat under the tree with his arms folded across his chest, seemingly asleep. He did not see anything, did not see his brother gradually losing his mind under the control of the horrible entity. The man squatted down as if ready to jump. His eyes lit up and his mouth stretched into a wide grin. He looked like a giant frog that had seen its prey. He reached his hand toward his younger brother and looked at him with clouded eyes. The man was no longer in control of his body. She was in complete submission to the parasite. His hand was already a few centimeters away from the protagonist's face, but the boy still seemed to be asleep, or just pretending to be asleep. He grasped his older brother's hand and squeezed it tightly, who gritted his teeth in fright. He didn't expect that his younger brother was awake. Xian looked at him with a stern look. In a cold voice, he asked, "What, he can't hold his temper anymore? Who is he and why is he pretending to be his big brother?" The guy looked at him like a murderer at his victim. The one in Big Brother's body wondered, had he been exposed so quickly? He disguised himself well, perfectly copying that idiot's behavior, didn't he? His acting must be flawless. The guy stood there looking down at him. Alas, his game was indeed too perfect. So much so that it was easy to recognize. Sucks to be him. The protagonist smirked. His brother was originally a normal person. The parasite was surprised and looked at him fearfully. Suddenly, the older brother's face stretched into a smile. This is what he was looking for. This guy is a pretty savvy small. He already can't wait to try him out. Xian fearfully looked at him. What is he talking about? Suddenly, the older brother grabbed his hand and squeezed it tightly. The boy didn't understand what was going on here. His older brother pinned him against a tree and shouted that his body belonged to him now. The boy tried to break free, but it was no use. His brother held him tight. Their gazes crossed, and before them it was as if some spark had flashed between them. Something had left the older brother's body and moved into the protagonist. After that, it was like an electric shock between them, and the bodies of both of them were thrown apart. Now the older brother was lying unconscious. Looks like the parasite failed to relocate. How did it do that? But he just became a saint. How could his soul be so strong? The protagonist smirked and looked at the squirming parasite, and he put his finger on his brother's forehead. The boy said that his soul had been many times in such situations, when he was between life and death. And in a way, he's already taken possession of this body himself. Now it's time for him to get the hell out of his brother's body. The boy squinted his eyes and used the Azuleta sword technique. It was as if smoke was coming out of his eyes. Now it would be necessary to chase this demon away, so that it couldn't bother them anymore. It was a demon exorcism technique. The elder brother flew into the air, and a beam of energy passed through his head, which was meant to destroy the hell spawn occupying his body. The old man quickly read the book. It turns out this barrier was created to contain the monsters inside. The seal that is on the barrier has activated because it is trying to slip away, and they must do their best to prevent it from doing so. The old man's eyes were running through the book. He was very scared. However, monsters have the ability to possess a person completely, both mind and body. The old man slammed the book shut and frowned even harder. Now their first priority is to save the students. All attacks must be directed at one point of the barrier to weaken it. The vice principal was scared, but if the monster took over the body of any of the students and tried to escape, they would have to be very vigilant. The principal understood that. It said here that it could only affect those who had not reached the saint level. So after they break through the barrier, they would have to gather all the students and check on everyone. The old man began to concentrate his holy power to break through the barrier. If they have any questions, just have the vice director say that he decided to check the results of the hunt. The female teacher asked, "Is there any other way?" The vice principal looked at her and said no. It seems that this is the only way to check. The principal was at this moment accumulating power to destroy the portal. The woman applied her spell and said, "Let him then help her break the damn barriers if anything happens to her student. They will be next after that monster." The vice principal said that unfortunately that's all they can do for now. They tried to destroy the barrier with all their might, used all kinds of magic on it, but so far it was all to no avail. They couldn't even scratch the energy field. The boy sat by the fire and rested, warming his body. The night was dark, and the fire was the only source of warmth and light. The protagonist, together with his friend, was sitting nearby and resting. Tai Ta was sound asleep and could not hear or see anything around him. But the protagonist was vigilant. He heard every rustle in his past life. It saved his life many times. Suddenly it was as if something fell from the sky with great speed. It flew a few dozen meters and crashed into the ground. It was none other than Hu. His body was still under the control of this parasite, and now he intended to use it to fight. He smiled and advised the protagonist to be careful, for he would injure this body in a fight, but it would do him no harm. It can stay in the body until the host dies, or until he himself wants to leave it. The parasite got into a fighting stance and prepared to attack. He looked at the protagonist with a challenge and invited him to fight. The guy couldn't take it anymore and got to his feet. His body began to slowly envelop with magical energy. Was he so sure of that? The protagonist looked as threatening as possible at this moment. Suddenly he looked at his hand and assessed the situation. Suddenly he began punching himself in the face, either jokingly or seriously, and trying to drive the demon out of his body. Suddenly, it was as if his brother's true nature had awakened. He shouted for the parasite to get out of his body. The monster was horrified, its control over its body so weak. It just couldn't be. What the hell? How is this possible? Big Brother swung once more to punch himself in the face to finally kick that monster out of his body. But the protagonist didn't pay any attention to it. He was already preparing his hidden punch. The man held onto his arm and struggled to get this demon out of his body. Xian flew up to him and with all his might, hit him with his fist right in the head. The impact was so strong that the ground beneath his elder brother's feet sagged and began to crack. His body began to wriggle and the guy himself screamed in pain. The evil spirit began to come out of him. It looked like a strange purple haze. Eventually, the monster came fully out into the white light. It was like a large jackal, only it had an infernal body. Its entire body was made up of smoke, and its eyes were burning with red light. Unbelievable. How can it be injured? The monster couldn't believe that some ordinary kid could hurt him. It was unthinkable. Xian standing, he looked at the monster. In this world, there might not be a way to deal with it. But that didn't mean it didn't exist in other worlds. The guy held his holy weapon in his hands. He had already accumulated enough power. The monster yelled at the kid. What's he talking about? Is he saying he's not from this world? The monster couldn't believe what he was saying. Xian jumped up and rushed at the monster, waving his weapon. Let it think what it wanted, however, he would not allow it to continue to exist. The boy swung his sword to slash the damn thing. But it was too fast. The guy missed and hit the ball into the ground. The creature bounced aside just in time and prepared to attack back. But the protagonist didn't waste time, put out 2 fingers and concentrated magical energy in them to repel the attack. A ray of magical saint energy burst out from his fingers and immediately pierced the monster's paw, tearing it to shreds. The monster wheezed. He shouted that he knew he should have finished this kid off back on the first tier. Now it could be seen that this jackal had 3 eyes. One of them was on his forehead. The boy wondered, on the first tier, had they met him then too? He didn't understand. How could that be possible? He had never seen him before. But he was beginning to realize something. The monster had possessed that poor girl they'd seen near the entrance to the forest, screaming that he was going to get out of here by pretending to be a student. But the barrier made it impossible. People couldn't get out, couldn't get in. Now the protagonist has figured it out. So this barrier is designed to keep him from escaping. What kind of creature is this, to build such a defensive structure for him? The monster flew upwards and said that it looked like he was going to have to tell. The jackal's name was Mei Mao, and he has the ability to possess the power to possess anyone. One day, an old man walked by him and told him that he was only using his power for evil deeds. So he locked him up in this strange place. The jackal his mouth, and looked at the protagonist with burning eyes. He continued to narrate. Many years had passed and he had taken countless number of attempts to escape from here. But each time it ended in failure. And as it turned out, this old man had not only sealed him in here, but also put up a barrier just in case. Xian listened to this without paying much attention. He asked how did he manage to break the seal? Who helped him? The monster smiled and said the guy was pretty perceptive. Yes, there really is someone who helped him do it. And after his release, he put all his effort into teaching the monsters here to cultivate. By doing so, He made them much stronger. The answers to the questions came to themselves, so he was the one worth the monsters. And while he was telling him of his tragic fate, was it just stalling for time until help arrived? There were already several monsters behind the kid's back. The monster flew up. That's right, this kid knows too much, so why should he let him survive a begging sign? The monster floated in the air and ordered its servants to attack. A multitude of magical beasts rushed straight at the guy in an attempt to tear him apart. Xian Nachal looked up at the monster that had begun to accumulate magical energy to deliver a crushing blow and tear the kid apart. In his thoughts, this monster was already celebrating victory. He grinned, and now, there was nothing stopping him from killing this kid in the most painful way possible. At this time, the older brother was just sound asleep. After such an overload, he just passed out, but something made him wake up suddenly. He rubbed his eyes and began to tell his fourth brother that he had just had a crazy dream. A girl had stolen him and then taken over his body, but I guess it wasn't a dream. The poor man didn't notice as the figures of the monster began to loom over his head, roaring, seeking jaws in an attempt to devour him. Who wondered if he was still asleep? It just couldn't be real. I guess he's not fully awake yet. He needs a good nap. The monsters stopped and looked at him in surprise. The boy went back to sleep. Meanwhile, his younger brother prepared for battle. He had to protect not only himself, but also his negligent older brother. Xian told his older brother to stop fooling around. There was actually an enemy in front of them. The boy woke up and looked around in surprise. What? This isn't a dream, this is real? The jackal looked at them and waited patiently, but his patience was running out with each passing second. He opened his mouth and prepared to attack. The guy pointed his finger at him and said that he was the one behind everything that was happening at the exam, and was also the one who had stolen his body. The older brother couldn't believe it. He really hadn't woken up yet, and he wasn't thinking straight. He was possessed by such a monstrosity, he became cold with fear. Hu said fearfully and hopefully that he hoped it would not affect his attractiveness in any way. Monster suddenly got sick of listening to all this and he screamed, "Did the asshole think he needed his body begging sign steam, imbeciles? He was just furious. And where's the fight? Why are they having these conversations with each other?" The two brothers stood hordes of monsters that were ready to pounce on them and tear them to shreds after all of an hour. These monsters were under hypnosis, and also, their strength had increased manifold. The main monster smiled now. It will finish what it started. Those two had managed to piss him off. Now he was just furious. He wasn't going to let this go. Some two brats had managed to disrupt his plans. Now he will tear them to shreds. The monster stretched his finger forward, ordering his henchmen to attack. The monsters immediately followed his order and rushed at the two boys with a roar. The protagonist realized that there were too many of these beasts, and he would have to fight for two. He gripped his sword tighter and prepared to fight. Monsters were coming from all directions. He shouted to his friend to wake up immediately. It turned out even the stomping of the monster could not wake him up. The protagonist didn't try to get him to his feet, but it was no use. The guy was just dead asleep. A huge rabid elephant was approaching him, and he had already raised his leg to crush the poor fellow, but he did not even suspect a thing. In a second, he would be nothing but a wet spot. But luckily, his friends arrived in time and dragged his body away. One more second, and the kid would have been dead for sure. But the ruthless one continued to sleep as if nothing had happened. The boys dragged him by his feet to a place far away from here. They had to get out of here. They couldn't handle so many monsters at once. They ran in the opposite direction, deep into the forest. The monster turned to them and ordered his beasts to chase after them. He couldn't let these brats get away alive. The monster was just furious. He would definitely eat them alive now. Xian and his older brother dragged their sleeping friend along the ground. Nothing seemed to be able to wake him up at all. Only his resounding snores could be heard around. He was dragging himself along the ground as if he didn't notice anything. He just slept like a baby. That's what dead sleep is. Suddenly, the boys realized they couldn't move. Something was wrong. In a few seconds, they were holding only the shoes of their comrade, who had suddenly gone somewhere. It was as if something was dragging him back. They looked at the two shoes they were holding and still couldn't understand what had happened. It was as if they were in a field in a stupor. At this time, the guy flew in the opposite direction, straight into the monster. But the whole time he kept sleeping. He accelerated to such a monstrous speed that no one would be able to see him anymore. Surprisingly, he was moving precisely into the jackal floating in the air. The boy slammed his head into its furry body and the monster shrieked in pain. He hadn't expected this. What was even going on here? And why is he sleeping? The monster coughed. What a blow. It had hit him right on his weak point. It was incredibly painful, but he fought with all his might. Eventually, though, the monster couldn't hold on and began to fall downward. Only his feet were visible at the top. The boys stood and watched their friend in surprise. How did this even happen? No one could believe their eyes. What the hell was going on here? Why was their sleeping friend flying? There, as if by magic, the guy woke up. He was smiling and looking at everyone with sleepy eyes. At the clock in the back of his head, he wondered, how did he get here? Was he really sleepwalking? At this time, the monster's body fell to the ground right next to him. The boy frowned and clenched his fist. In that moment, he had decided everything. He would use his knowledge and power to change the minds of these snobs. The boy sneaked into the library of Changguan House at night when everyone was asleep, and began to absorb the knowledge written in the ancient scriptures. A large ball that was meant to collect energy. The boy had turned 7 years old, and now he sat in the library, and one by one studied books to absorb as much energy cultivation knowledge as possible. The boy slammed the book shut and sighed heavily. This was the last book. He had read over 1,000 books in this library. His head was aching from the overabundance of knowledge. He got to his feet. Well, he could try combining the techniques from the library with the laws of the ball and see how strong he would be now. Magical energy began to swirl around him, completely engulfing his body. He concentrated all his strength in his hand to demonstrate how strong a punch he now possessed. Swinging, the boy prepared to strike. The vortex began to swirl around, and there was a bright flash of magical light. The place where the boy had struck had a mark from his little palm, with cracks spreading out in different directions. The boy clenched his fist. He was definitely happy with the result. 3 years ago, he had merged his body with holy power, and he no longer needed to expend it on his tempering. His cultivation was now progressing very quickly. The boy thought about the servants discussing him behind his back. What a pity that because of this lowlife, the fourth mistress can't even eat ordinary carrot cake. Another servant said that he only stayed here because of the kindness of the head. Otherwise, he would have been thrown out long ago. The boy listened to all this without saying a word. He was just demanding the pie. The boy's eyes turned fierce, hatred glittering in them. For a moment, you would have thought he was not a little boy but a grown man. The servant deliberately jerked his hand, and the little plate of carrot cake flew out of his hands. He laughed and purposely pitifully said that his hand had just slipped. After flying a few meters to the ground, the plate shattered with a ringing sound, and pieces of cake scattered on the floor. The boy came in a rage, suddenly, unexpectedly to himself. He concentrated magical energy in himself and swung to strike the dastardly servant. Jumping up, he slammed his fist right into his jaw. Services even clanked his teeth and he fell backwards. The blow was really hard. The man certainly hadn't expected that. All the other servants stood and stared at this one in horror. The man almost fainted from such a strong blow. The boy just looked down at him. In a serious voice, he said that because of the third aunt's support, they had been letting themselves go too much for the past 2 years. His voice made himself even more serious, and his face took on an angry note. Now it was time to put them in their place. The boy looked rather belligerent. Another servant didn't have time to do anything before he was hit in the face by a powerful blow from his fist. The blow was even more powerful than the previous ones, and there was a crunch of bones. The boy must have broken his nose. Such a blow, the servant flew off in the opposite direction. He seemed to be spitting out a few teeth now. It flew a few meters, smashing into the wall. The impact was unbelievable. A 7-year-old boy couldn't possibly have that kind of awesome strength. A man with half a day gone and couldn't move from exhaustion. Suddenly, something rang upstairs. Several plates that were on the shelf rolled and fell directly on the man's head, and there was a loud sound of shattering china. They looked on fearfully and did not dare to do anything. They began to be afraid of the young master. Could he really have such power? At this time, the fat man swung his axe and shouted. Here I Am was approaching the boy and was ready to leave him nothing but a wet spot. But the protagonist deftly dodged the blow, and the axe passed a few centimeters from his face. Fatty did not calculate his strength, and now the axe struck straight into the ground. The boy swung his branch and concentrated all his strength into it. Fatty watched in horror. He certainly hadn't expected this. How can this little guy cultivate? The boy put a small branch up to his face. His speed was just some kind of astonishing. Fatty didn't even have time to react in any way, but only watched. The branch passed only a few centimeters from his neck. The air whistled, and the fat guy even felt it physically. A grimace of horror flashed across his face. The main character just looked at the third brother in a cocky way and smiled. In a loud, ringing voice, he said that the third brother had lost. But how is that possible? It's just nonsense. The third brother was furious. He pulled back the branch and shouted that this round didn't count. After all, his opponent had cheated. He couldn't have lost. The main character smiled and looked at his opponent. He had a mischievous smile on his face. He didn't understand what the third brother meant by cheating. Fatty's face changed. He was breathing heavily and didn't know what to say. Inside, he knew he was defeated, but he didn't want to admit it with all his might. Still, he pulled himself together and shouted that this round didn't count anyway. Now they'll fight a new round! The protagonist just looked at it all and smiled, waving his twig. Smiling, he said he would have no problem doing it again. Well, now they would start over. The fatty stood behind him and just burned with hatred. This kid caught him by surprise. He underestimated him too much. If he fought seriously, this brat wouldn't stand a chance. At this time, the guy just stood there and smiled, looking at the third brother being rampaged. There's no way that bastard could have defeated him so easily. The third brother was furious. He was used to being considered invincible. Fatty squinted his eyes and looked at the branch the protagonist was holding. Maybe it was the branch. He smiled and asked the protagonist to show him this branch. The boy reluctantly threw the branch into his hands. It's an ordinary stick, there's nothing unusual about it. His eyes were tired. Once the branch was in the third brother's hands, he smiled widely. Now he had gotten his hands on this secret weapon. He threw the branch up and swung his axe. The boy looked at it and flapped his eyes in surprise. The protagonist realized that this scoundrel decided to go for the tricks. Well, this game can be played with two people. The excitement of war in his eyes. He squinted his eyes and focused his full attention on the battle. He couldn't lose. His honor was at stake. That fat bastard must pay for everything. Suddenly, a strange feeling crossed his mind. He had seen it somewhere before, right? When he was fighting the old man. The boy concentrated and began to accumulate divine power in his body. His body was covered with this energy, and now he would use the divine sword. At this time, not even suspecting anything, he was already celebrating victory, because now he will swat this little brat. But at that moment, the wand he tossed began to move under the control of the protagonist. Fatty swung his axe and prepared to deliver a devastating blow. He would become the next head of the family, and now Xiang Tian will die. But the boy paid no attention to this, and only continued to concentrate the magical energy in his hand to better control the wand. He did it perfectly, the wand flying straight at his opponent like a blade. The speed was insane. Fatty had already gotten close enough to strike, but suddenly something happened that he didn't expect. The fat man fell on his side and soon fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't see that one coming. The boy was just standing there, watching his defeated enemy lying on the floor, trying to bring himself to his senses. The fat man was holding his cheek, and he didn't understand anything. Next to him, a stick stabbed into the ground with great speed. He looked at his hand and saw that it was bleeding. His cheek had been cut open, and a small trickle of red liquid was dripping from it. The boy looked at his wound in horror. Liang just flamed with rage like a demon. Now this little guy would go to the other world. He would definitely finish him off now. Xian began to concentrate the holy power within himself, accumulating it in every cell of his body. Suddenly he started moving with such speed that his opponent couldn't even notice him. He's like a whirlwind. After a few seconds, the protagonist found himself already near his opponent, and swung his fist to knock him out with a single blow. The guy didn't even seem to be dodging. The fist hit the target, but did no damage. Liang loudly laughed. These blows wouldn't do him any damage. His opponent became faster, but not stronger. Xian looked at him faintly and asked, "Who said it was a strike?" Indeed, it was only a deceptive maneuver. The real strike was just being prepared. Liang didn't understand anything. What else did it mean? He gritted his teeth and prepared to fight back. At the speed was unbelievably great. After a few moments, the main character's fist flew right into his face. Blood spurted from his nose, and the guy clenched his eyes. It looked like all his teeth were flying out of his mouth. The blows came one by one. The opponent could not do anything, but just stood there like a punching bag. The blows were so strong that the guy pressed himself into the ground and it began to crack under his body. The protagonist didn't stop hitting. The blows were too many. He was like a machine gun at that moment. Finally, the blows stopped and the poor man lay on the ground, which had cracked under the pressure. His whole face was swollen and bruised. Xian looked at him with disdain and said that he was lucky that he couldn't use a sword in the tournament. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed. The protagonist took his true form for a moment. Well, now he will not refuse to play with it. Suddenly, as if in place of the young boy, a grown man appeared, the same one who had been hiding in the child's body all this time. Xian frowned and said that he hoped that he would last until the end. He began to accumulate his energy, and it was as if nature itself had quieted down at that moment. His body began to literally exude holy power. Xian looked at him with the gaze of a true assassin. Right now, he was only interested in one thing: how to deal with this arrogant man. Yun Wuyu grabbed his own and shouted that against his absolute strength, these pathetic tricks were simply useless. He's going to wipe him out. The guy threw himself right at him. Now he's going to stuff him and his big brother. It's like he went crazy. The two rivals stood opposite each other, their energies clashing in a mad dance. There could only be one winner here. They were both as strong as each other, and now it was a battle to the death. Xian did not hold back now. He was standing in a true fighting stance. His opponent had a weapon, and that made it difficult. But needing to avenge his brother, the boy concentrated all his energy in his fist. Now she carries her crushing blow. His fist reached its target. It made contact with his opponent's jaw, and at that moment it was as if time had stopped. The power was so incredible that it was pouring out in a continuous stream. But it turned out that these attempts were futile. The saint's skin was simply harder than steel. Yunhe returned and swung his spear to cut the miserable freak in half. But the protagonist returned with ease, and the blade whistled through the air. Xian was moving at an incredible speed, and the weapon couldn't reach him. For a second, fear flashed through him. Could this blow have no effect? I had to try something else. The elder brother watched this monstrous fight with horror. For his little brother to retreat, for he was too strong for him. Yun swung with his weapon, concentrating his energy into it. Now the protagonist was right in the line of attack, and it was impossible to dodge. Xian smiled. He understood that the saint's strength was really great. However, it was not that simple. His opponent brought his spear straight down on the ground. It hit me, but the impact shook the ground like an earthquake. The boy dodged just in time. Xian stood a little to the side, gaining his strength. Yes, indeed, his skin was very hard, however. There was one small nuance. Even with all his unbreakable armor, his joints are still just as fragile. It whistled through the air and struck his opponent's arm. That's the kind of hard blow that twisted the arm backwards. The joint was irreparably broken. The boy didn't take hold of his arm and screamed in pain. "This can't be! He's a saint!" Xian glanced at them with disdain. The spoiled nobles didn't seem to have any experience in actual combat. The sister immediately ran up to her brother and started asking what happened to him. What happened to his arm? But her brother sharply pushed her aside and ordered her to get out. The girl cried and clutched her eyes shut. Yun ran up to Xiang Yu and grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, shouting that he would kill him immediately. But the kid seemed completely calm. In a steady voice, he asked if he had ever killed. Yun stopped and whined his eyes out. What had he just said? For a second, fear ran across his face. Xian looked threatening. He had accumulated enough energy and said that it was better for his opponent to take his word for it. If they continued this battle, Yun would die a mere horrible death. Then let him get the hell out of here, or die now. Yun Kum was horrified by this. He literally felt threatened by this kid with his whole body. He backed up that he wouldn't get away with it. The sister was surprised. Her big brother is retreating? Unbelievable. After a few seconds, they had already rushed to attack the monster. It was difficult, but they had to break through the monster's tough carapace before they could reach its core. Tai lowered his axe, but it clattered against the monster's carapace and bounced to the side. The blade was unable to cut through the tough armor of the creature. Even the energy sword was powerless, and they call it very strong. You can't break through it, even if you pound on it all night. The blows didn't even leave a scratch. They sat on the back of the huge monster and tried to pierce its shell, but they were unsuccessful. The creature noticed the two pesky humans at its back, and its eyes filled with blood. The monster tried to throw them off and roared with all his might. He started kicking, trying to throw his friends off his back. Xian barely able to stay on his feet, damn. Looks like they pissed him off. Now they should leave. The creature opened its mouth and a bright light appeared. It looked like it was preparing another energy attack. After a few seconds, the monster spewed a beam of bright light from its mouth, which began to sizzle everything around it. The boys had to be very careful. If they were hit by this attack, they would be finished. Teda, just in time, a beam of flame flew near him only a few meters away. Xian asked, "Is he all right?" He tried to fight off the creature's attack himself. Tai was fine, except for the fact that he was now completely bald. He ducked, but his hair didn't seem to have made it. The boy noticed this and almost cried. "Where's his hair?" But after a second, he was overcome with rage. How dare that thing make him bald? He's only 16. Now the monster would definitely regret it. The boy swung his axe at it and ran straight into a frontal attack. The beast roared, displaying its huge fangs. But that didn't seem to be an obstacle for him. He jumped up and swung his axe with all his might. After a few seconds, the guy let go of the axe right on the monster's head. There was a ringing sound. Its paw dropped its blade right on the monster's head. The monster grinned, and the sword took on a blue color due to the energy overflowing from it. Although the armor was strong, it forbade it to attack like that. The guy was struggling to hold the huge paw of the monster, which the monster wanted to crush him. The earth sagged beneath him, but the boy stood strong as flint. Xian Tut immediately rushed to help his friend. He was jumping on the branches and trying to catch the best moment to attack. At this point, someone was already watching them and chuckling snidely from the sidelines. That's hilarious. Two brave rookies took it upon themselves to kill a Class 2 monster. They had no idea what they were dealing with. The man stood, or rather floated in the air. He was watching everything that was going on, and was enjoying it almost physically. Well, should they show mercy and save the pathetic lives? The protagonist sensed that someone was following them. Brother, both sides seem to have enough power. Why don't they watch them beat each other to a pulp? In the meantime, they'll just relax and reap the rewards when it's over. There were 3 people sitting on a tree branch. They watched with smiles but did not interfere. The oldest of them told those to listen to words of wisdom from their elders. There is a proverb that goes like this: the mantis chases the cicada, while the Volga sneaks behind. Life is unfair, but they have only to accept it. Xian heard all of this perfectly, and slowly boiled with anger. He was annoyed by these 3 who were only laughing at them from afar. He turned to his friend and said it was time for them to show their arrogant elders what they were made of. Ta, from his last strength, he tried to hold on to the monster's paw. He shouted that he didn't recall such freaks among his elders. The guy was giving it his best. He was holding back the blow of such a strong monster, even though he was on his last breath, but he still didn't plan to give up. He panted. The monster had left him no choice. Now it was time to use all his strength. Suddenly, Monster felt his feet lifted off the ground. He bulged his white eyes and breathed heavily. At this point, the guy caught him and threw him over himself, holding only one of his fingers. A few seconds later, the huge monster fell to the ground with a monstrous rumble, and rocks began to fly up around it. The monster had both of his fangs broken. He was lying on the ground and breathing heavily, but it wasn't over yet. He wasn't dead yet. Ta lying on the ground like a starfish. He was breathing heavily, for this was his limit. He couldn't even feel his legs. The boy had given his best, but it still wasn't enough. The monster roared and immediately lunged at the completely defenseless kid, opening its wide, monstrous maw. The poor boy was lying on the ground, unable to move. Xian summoned his magic sword and grasped its hilt tightly. Now it was his turn to save his friend's life. He couldn't just leave it like this. He gathered all his will and strength into a fist and rushed towards the terrible monster, which was already a few centimeters away from the poor fat man, who suspected nothing and had already resigned himself to his death. The monster's jaws clicked, but suddenly something changed. Something incomprehensible flew in front of him. A second later, a monstrously powerful explosion erupted. throwing the monster some distance away. Xian flew straight at him, flames erupting behind him as if he had jet engines in his legs. After a few seconds, he was already at the monster's eye, looking at him with his white eyes and unable to do anything. The boy's speed was too great. After a few seconds, he stuck his small blade directly into the beast's eye. The fire cloud beast's body is completely covered with unbreakable fur, but its eyes are unprotected. The boy had no choice but to use his sword technique, Heaven-Splitting Strike. The monster's head split in two from being hit so hard. An energy wave erupted from there. Its skull crunched and broke into two pieces. After a few seconds, the monster was defeated. It lay some distance away where a few trees had flown off. The people who were sitting in the trees at that time opened their mouths in amazement. What do you mean? What kind of power does this guy have? No one understood anything. Xian Buto Ghost was sitting in a nearby tree. From somewhere, his voice was heard. The guy mockingly said that earlier, this person was talking about some bullshit analogy in life. The stranger was scared to death. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the protagonist was sitting. Then the rest of us can only count on these two guys. It's settled, they'll help them retreat together. Now get them out of here and take that girl with them. Get her to a safe place and get her treated as soon as possible. The others did so, but the two friends stayed behind and now they had to fight these monsters. The hero said that he should warn his friend that these monsters were far from being so weak. But now it was too late to back up. His friend grinned. Let him not make him laugh. If he's so scared that he's standing, then so be it, he'll help him. The guys rushed right into the thick of things, right towards these monsters who were looking at them with predatory gazes. One by one, the snakes fell to the ground, shattered by the mighty blows. Their shells could not withstand such power. Tita Mahal with his axe, chopping up the monster one by one. It turned out to be no problem for him. This guy really loved a good battle. The last huge serpent remained. It looked at the boys with a blazing gaze, sticking out its split tongue. It appeared to be the most important of the snakes, with sharp fangs in its mouth and white film over its eyes. The guys stood. The main character said he should warn his friend to be careful here. The snake towered above them. It was Kuda, bigger than all the others. This second-class monster was strong enough to be considered third-class. Tai gritted his teeth and told his friend to leave him and run away. It's better if only one of them dies. Well, the protagonist didn't think he'd back down. Did he tell him not to joke around like that? Or does he really think he's going to run away and leave his friend to die like that? There's no such thing. A long, sharp sword composed entirely of magical energy appeared in his hand. The protagonist has already fought many of these monsters, and now feels that he is close to breaking through to the next level. He can't miss this chance. The kid smiled. As they say, the best way to get stronger is to be on the edge of death all the time. Taita looked at his friend with an admiring look. He didn't expect such fortitude from this kid. Xian held his long sword that had already almost formed. No matter if they died or survived, there was no chance for them to retreat. Once again, he would entrust his life to this sword. The protagonist looked at the gleaming blade of his weapon and it reflected his determined face. The guy swung his sword and at a tremendous speed he began to run straight into the monster's face. At this moment he had no fear or doubt, only an endless desire to slay the creature. The beast hissed and began to wag its split tongue. Its eyes reflected death itself, seeing only prey to be devoured. The snakes began to wriggle and headed straight for the guy, who ran right into their mouths. They opened their mouths and stared at their prey with fierce eyes. Snakes, from their mouths, split tongues. They were monstrous creatures that were many times stronger than ordinary students. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle these monsters. But this was not about the protagonist. He bravely rushed towards them and began to cut with his sword. There was a scraping of metal. The bodies of the monster scattered. Suddenly, the boy felt an incredible power in his hands. He was incredibly close to going to the next level. His strength increased so much that he was able to chop the monster's body in half with a single blow. A few seconds passed, and his friend was already standing in front of the monster's shredded body. He didn't even have time to say anything before the snake's head fell to the ground. He opened his mouth in surprise. This was simply unbelievable. His friend was simply unbelievably strong. In his past life, the protagonist was known as the fastest swordsman in the world, so he can't dishonor that title. He must prove to the world how strong he is. The monster's bodies were scattered in different directions. Blood was pouring in just an endless stream. The protagonist was moving at such an incredible speed that it was impossible to keep track of his movements. One of the snakes began to breathe fire. It was accumulating magical energy like a dragon to finally spew flames from its mouth. As it happened, the snake opened its huge mouth and began to breathe fire. The fire spread farther and farther, burning everything in its path. But the main character, as if not noticing it, jumped up and swung his huge sword trying to kill the monster. He already realized that victory was in his pocket. He used the Azulet sword technique, strengthening the blade of the weapon to incredible limits. He landed right on the monster's head, and there was a crunch of armor breaking. The guy did it, slicing the monster in half with a single blow. Blood spurted, and the monster roared, letting out one last wheeze. The battle was over. The protagonist stood there, breathing heavily. He had defeated the monster, but there was less and less strength left in his body. Because of this battle, he had used up all of his holy power. And now, his body was getting weaker by the second. His eyes slowly began to close, his consciousness leaving his inflamed head. After a few seconds, the guy fell to the ground exhausted. His friend noticed this and rushed to his aid.